Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2 3. Can you hear me out there? Hello. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Okay. I don't have a confidence monitor and I can't see. Am I in shot? It looks like it. Can you hear me, Val? You got me back there? Awesome. Hey. So this should be on screen, right? You guys can see this? Okay. We should be on Robert's camera. So Robert, if you, you're on me, right? Yeah, okay. Oh, one more light. Sorry, guys. We had some silly technical issues at the beginning of the day. We're past that now. You guys still see the screen okay, or is that too much light? Yeah. Sorry, unfortunately our amazing projector has an issue, but okay. One second, everyone. 2 seconds. I don't know what beep means. So can someone dial into the stream and listen local? Get the audio? I've not tested that yet with a local feed. Is there a beep?
There's a background noise,
A hum?
Yeah.
How bad? Motherfucker. I thought I had... Testing 1 2. Testing. Drive the pot. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Test, test, test. Still a little low. Maybe I can drive this up a hair here. Test, test. Yeah, take that down to reasonable. Yeah. Test, 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 test. I mean, this pot was really up high. So I'll bring down the machines on the front too. There's a little audio line. Okay. Now, we should be live. Hopefully the hum is gone for the folks online. Sorry, didn't do the streaming test. First of all, welcome to AmiWest 2022, right? We've been doing this for 25 times. I don't want to say 25 years, the 24th year. I don't understand the math. 25 AmiWests. It's insane. This is going to be one of our biggest shows. This for the banquet hall, and a lot of what you see there. We're going to have tables going everywhere. It's going to be amazing. Too far. I am not Brian Deneen. Is anyone confused by that? Okay. So we are saddened that not be with us today. He assures us he will recover, but it'll be a few more weeks before he'll be able to participate in. We definitely wish him all the best. I know that he's probably watching if he can, and he'll watch later. You know, Brian has done a tremendous amount of work from the founding of the show all the way till now, and really picked up the torch, I don't even know, 15 years ago, to run it after John got sick. So we hope, you know, everyone I'm sure hopes he has a speedy recovery. It is the 25th show. I'd love to do a show of hands. We'll probably do this again at the banquet. But how many people have not missed one yet? Now, I have the luxury of being probably the only person who was able to actually claim attendance for 2020 because I was running the live stream, even though I wasn't actually here. But there were a few people in the room, 15 or so back then. There's some hardcore folks. Even during the pandemic, you can't keep the Amiga down. The other thing I share, and apologize for the screen here. If you want to spin over here, Robert, we could switch it, but I'm up front, and we're having another weird issue with the switcher. We've had 8,000 visitors this year. It's probably about 2,000 or 3,000 in the last 30 days. But I love this map, and anyone can go here on and click the link at the very bottom, this little picture, and you can see these stats. It's public. But just to imagine that these IPs are pinging all over the world, sitting the AmiWest web, it blows me away that there's people somewhere in Africa. We've got various people in Russia. You're probably not VPNing into Russia to hit the IP. Australia, New Zealand, well, that's all Trevor. He travels a lot. And it's just amazing to see how much interest there is in the show. It's amazing. So again, thank you all for your participation. It takes a village. It definitely does. I know that, you know, we get some folks, I'm like, move that. Company to help set things up. It's a tremendous benefit. We really appreciate it. I'm in the room, so unfortunately I'm not going to thank anyone. AmiWest would not happen without our sponsors. So I'm gonna hit this real quick. I swear to God, guys, I had a whole thing set up. I could change the switcher from my tablet. It's just not working. I don't know. Firewall or some BS. I want to thank the sponsors that make this show possible. As you know, the ticket price is $0 to get in the door, despite my best efforts. Our gold sponsor this year is Aeon. Trevor could not make it. He'll be joining us shortly via the Jitsi software with all the things I got to set up. And then we've got Retro Rewind. Jerry, I think it's Retro Rewind is the corporate sponsor this year. So thanks to Frank. We understand he's got some family issues too. Thank you, Frank. And then we have a class of sponsor, our raffle sponsors. Alex at Rabbit Hole Computing, the Amiga Kit XE, Retro Prashin, PageStream, who's a longtime sponsor of the show, got busy with real life about a decade ago, and now he's back active and actually released a version for MorphOS. We'll have that as in the raffle. Amiga Future, Ami64.com, Alinea Computer, and AmigaStore.eu. And we'll get to that in a second here. I also want to thank Jerry for running the DevCon. Came together at the end. It was fantastic. We had Camila Beaumont, if I said that correctly. We had Jerry, Sam Crow, and George. I can't pronounce your last name, man. I'm sorry. We had George talking about the SDK. So that came together last minute. We'll try, we try, but it's hard to get people aligned. For the 25th AmiWest show, we've got at least 21 tables. I think like where we had flat surfaces, things appeared. So fantastic. We do like to know ahead of time. So, if you want to let us know when we ask you in June, as opposed to like, Friday night. We're going to have 11 seminars this year. We've got a mix of remote and online, of local and remote. I wish they could all be local, not possible. The schedule is on the website, so please check the schedule if you want to see what you're interested in. So we have Trevor going to join us soon. Another big deal is RJ is going to be here. He's going to join us around lunchtime. Aeon sponsoring pizza. We got good stuff. Thank you, Trevor, again. So that should be a lot of fun. Some words from RJ, and then we're just question and answer and just have a little good old lunch. We've got a snack bar for donations on the show floor this year, so you don't have to run off to go get stuff. And then we have the games competition again. The games competition is going to be Bean as the animator. We've got a light gun set up, actual working light gun. And Josh made this trophy. If you want to hold that up, get a tight shot on that guy. I mean, this thing is awesome. Been doing 3D printing for, what, 5 years now on trophies? This is like your best. I mean, you could sell that on eBay for like 80 bucks, no problem. Thanks for that, Josh, and the games competition. Back corner, at the games competition, we've got the Amiga Forever licenses. I think they're boxed, correct? Like the actual DVDs? Uh-huh. With the licenses, okay. So we have the cards, the license cable, the license for the Amiga Forever at the games table. Thanks, sir. And tonight we've got Tim, of course. He texted me this morning. He got laid over in Phoenix. So he's had his whole travel story, which is horrifying. But he's still coming, he says. So hopefully he'll stop later today. And then this evening he'll give us a presentation at our banquet. The banquet is above capacity. We're probably going to have additional chairs brought in for people to sit. If you don't have your banquet tickets, which nobody does because the U.S. government took PayPal away for us, the meanies, go see Brian. He's in the back there waving his hand in his air. Actions or Zelle. Please see him throughout the day to get, if you're a sponsor or a exhibitor, to decide. We'd love to use PayPal. It's so easy, but that's no longer an option to us. And I think that's it. And it's 10:15, which is like spot on time. Okay. I need a minute to get Trevor here, and then another minute to run around and make the audio work, and then another minute to figure out why it's not working, and then another minute to get the streaming right. How's the audio doing back there, Mike? Yeah, we'll fix it. We can drive the pot up on the other one. Okay, let me dial in here and see if we can get Trevor to show up. Trevor and Matthew. Button in the Sorry, it's had the sponsor thing the whole time. Good. We wouldn't be here without him. Just 1 second.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, just 2 more seconds.
Matthew, I'll control the slideshow. Okay? Because it makes it easier, then you can just, for your section, you can talk and come back to me again. So.
Okay, no problem.
Trevor, you're on the screen. Okay. Trevor, you're on the screen. Let me bring up the computer audio. Okay, this is their audio.
Okay. Yeah, can everyone hear me? Can everyone hear me? Okay. Okay, well, hello AmiWest from New Zealand and Wales. Say hello, Matthew.
Hello.
It's 6:20 in the morning in New Zealand. I wish I could be with you. Unfortunately, other obligations meant I could only go from Amiga 37 back to New Zealand. I had some business to take care of, and the only flights I could get me back to the States was on Sunday. So it would arrive on Sunday. So I guess I missed this year. But next year, I promise I will attend. I know I said that last year, but last year there were other extenuating circumstances. Hey, I'm really pleased to present to you today. It's the 25th anniversary, the silver jubilee of AmiWest, the longest running Amiga show in North America and perhaps the longest running Amiga show in the world. So, you know, many other Amiga shows have come and gone. COVID put many of them to rest for the last few years, but all through that period, AmiWest continued, you know, through the work of Brian Deneen and Bill Bazzari and Jerry Gray and the team. You know, they've kept things going. Unfortunately, as Bill's already mentioned, Brian cannot attend this year due to health reasons. Look, Brian, we wish you a speedy recovery. Your excellent services as MC at AmiWest will be missed, but I'm sure Bill will do his best to live up to your very high standards. So get well soon, Brian, and hope to see you all. Hope to see you next year. I'm going to share my screen now. This is the first time we've done this, so there we are. This is going to be and entire screen. No, share. Can we all see that? Good, good. Okay, the AmiWest 2022 Silver Jubilee. Wow, I never thought I'd say that. My first AmiWest was 2010, where we announced the development of the Amiga 1 X1000. Here we are, 12 years later, and we're still here. It's even better. I'm pleased that once again, I'm sponsoring AmiWest on behalf of Aon Technology. We're the gold sponsor again this year. It's been a wild and wacky ride over the last two years, and hopefully, at least from a COVID point of view, the world seems to be getting over that. Other things are happening in the world, but we're not here to talk about those. We're here to celebrate the Amiga and everything that makes the Amiga what it is today. It really is a good time to be an Amigan. Forget all the nonsense and despair you hear about. Oh, isn't it awful? Isn't everything terrible? Actually, having been to Amiga 37 in Germany, which was probably the biggest show of this century, with up to over 1,400 people registered, it was a massive show, and every Amiga flavor was on display. Classic, next generation, AmigaOS 4, MorphOS, Aros, Emulation, FPGA, you name it, it was all there. And to me, it just shows the breadth and width of the Amiga community in all our glorious forms and flavors. So celebrate being an Amigan and, you know, give the trolls a kick. Not literally, and ignore them. Right. At last AmiWest, I mentioned that we just got a OS4 booting on the A1222 motherboard. I fully expected everything to be out and delivered and, you know, and to be in the field, in the wild now. Unfortunately, due to the vagaries of COVID, the worldwide shortages of components, you know, and the unavailability of people to actually make these things, there's been major delays. Fortunately, we're working in collaboration with A-Cube Systems, and as I mentioned at Amiga 37, they are now selecting the final manufacturer, and hopefully we'll have all the parts, and that's the biggest problem. Prices have gone through the roof, but we're pushing ahead. We're committed to building the boards, And as Enrico Vidali of Acube said at AmiWest, at Amiga 37, and I've got the proof because it's on video. We hope to deliver the production boards in the first quarter of next year. It's going to be an expensive process for us, but I'm committed to doing it, so we'll try and keep the price down as low as possible. You didn't hear me say that, Matthew. I'll keep quiet now. But one thing that Aeon's been doing over the last few years is a massive and continuous ongoing software effort. And shall I say, expensive ongoing software effort. And rather than me talk about it, because I don't control this, Matthew controls our very active Amiga development team of developers and beta testers. It's not an inexpensive effort. And Matthew, I'm going to throw it open to you.
Hello, everyone. It's great to talk to you virtually. I wish I was there. Hopefully next year I'll be with you in person, along with Trevor, and we can celebrate some more successes over the year. I hope you enjoyed the recent release of the Enhancer software 2.2, which we brought out back in August. It was a very large update with a major version of Warp 3D Nova, which was very important for 3D games. And I'm sure you've seen some of the games that have come out since the 2.2 has been released. It's opened the floodgates for more advanced games to be released on OS 4. There has been 8 updates of the Enhancer since August 2016, since its inception. And we were pleased that we've only charged for 2 versions. We've charged for the version 1 initial license and the version 2 and second license. And in between, all the updates have been completely free of charge to those users. So they represent many months of work each update, and we were pleased that we could provide that to the community without having to go back for any additional money. We are very pleased that we can now produce the version 2.3, which is due to be a free upgrade once again. And it will have some crucial updates to Warp 3D Nova. The work still carries on in respect to the 3D graphics subsystem. As well as upgrades, there will be brand new exciting components included. And whenever we can, the future work that we're doing for the Enhancer 54, we're bringing down the technology and included it in the recent upgrades. After 2.3, before 2.3, we are going to produce a new version of the Enhancer software core package. Now, this was initially released in October 2020, free of charge to the entire community, irrespective of whether you bought the Enhancer or not. You can register and download the core package and install it on your computer without any charge. It's the core version 2 now is going to be released 2 years exactly after the initial release. And again, it's going to be free. There's not going to be any charge for it. It contains all our basic libraries, our gadgets, our classes, and if you're a user and you're using a package such as Dan Jedlicka's sound editor that uses the core gadgets, well, where do you get them from? If you haven't bought the Enhancer, download the free core package, install it on your computer, and you can make full use of it. And it's great if you're a developer. You can develop for the Enhancer because there's a full SDK included in the core package. We don't want to just update the package. We are going to include some more things into the core to make it a wider package for users and developers, crucially. So last year, you might have heard Trevor talk about the Enhancer 54 project. Now, this is a self-boot-in distribution. So some users were asking, I don't want to install the Enhancer over my OS4 partition because I want to keep it as it came from Hyperion. And we understood that the Enhancer 54 allows you to install the Enhancer software on its own partition. And it takes a few key components from the OS4 distribution, which are installed, and then it will be a self-boot-in system. Now, it is a very large project. It's an ongoing project, and it's taken a long time to get to this point. It's Aeon's most ambitious project to date. There's going to be some very important key components in there that we've never seen before on our platform. So in 6 to 9 months, you should see this coming through. One of the important things that we've done recently that I can announce is we've got a license for AmiTCP, and there's a PPC version that's been ported, and it's now got DHCP support as well. So that will be included in the Enhancer Software 54. Nova Bridge is going to be a very important 3D software which allows you to run the old Warp 3D games and applications with your new Warp 3D Nova system. This is very important if you like your old games, but you've got a modern system with Nova and a modern graphics card. Nova Bridge is the bridge to the old games. We were initially going to include it with Enhancer Software 54, but there was a demand for it. So for people who want to have early access, we're going to release it on Ami Store as a chargeable project, and users who wish to use it earlier can pay and get early access. The revenue from this we will then reuse and recycle back into our graphics development projects. So like most of Enhancer revenues, it gets put back into developing more complex software projects as we go along.
Thanks, Matthew. One thing that's not really an Aeon project, but it's one I'm fully involved with and funding, and that's the ExecSG for OS4. I don't want to talk about this because we've got a complete presentation by Stephen Soley that follows our presentation here, and Stephen is the team lead for the ExecSG team, and he will tell you all about our progress with ExecSG. But I think it's worth mentioning because it is a major component of OS4, and without it, OS4 won't be running on our PowerPC hardware. This is a shameless plug for the From Vultures to Vampire trilogy. It was supposed to be one book. I knew it would never be one book. I hope to make it into 2 books, but unfortunately, due to the story, trying to cover the story properly, Volume 2 was twice the size of Volume 1. So David Pleasance took the difficult decision of splitting into 3 books, mainly because the printing costs for Volume 2 were prohibitive due to COVID, rises in COVID, and shipping costs were even worse. So breaking it down to two volumes to make it a trilogy means he can control the costs a lot better. Following talks with Michael Batalana, I'm going to try and change the strap line underneath for volume 2 and 3 to reflect what those volumes cover. So I'm sure Michael will be happy with that. Volume 2 and 3 are both finished. The text of volume 2 and 3 are both finished. I expect volume 2 to be released early next year. It may be a digital version first, and volume 3 will be shortly afterwards because all the text is finished. Just needs the layout for volume 3. So if you want to know, if you missed some of the post-Commodore Amiga story and Commodore story, this really attempts to give a fair, unbiased overview of all the developments. And what really impresses me, having researched and written the vast majority of the book, is the sheer breadth of the Amiga community, and just how smart, clever people we've got in this community. A lot smarter than me, I'll say that for sure. Now, quite a short presentation today, but we really want to get across, obviously, the A1222 Plus. That's our focus from the hardware side. From the software side, we've already touched on some of the work we're involved in. There's a lot more going on behind the scenes, which we are trying to continue our drive towards the ultimate AmigaOS 4 operating system going forward. It's our drive to help to do that with our content creation partners and with our stakeholders. So without any more presentation from me, how about some questions from the audience?
To make this work, if you have raise a hand. Nobody has a question. Oh my God. Question. I will repeat it.
My question is, at what do we expect pricing guidance on the table board and a firm shipping?
So LD just want to say great job on the table, and he can't wait to buy one. So LD is when can we get pricing guidance and a firm ship date? What is your expected date when you can let people know what it's going to cost and when to buy them?
Okay, ship date, actually, I think Enrico said January, but he's an optimistic Italian. No offense. It will depend on probably us paying upfront for the whole production run and availability of components. When I say first quarter, I'm pretty confident the first quarter will be, February, March will be the shipping date. Cost, I'm still trying to keep it down to the levels that we talked about. Matthew's probably wriggling in his seat now because the prices we've got and we're still trying to negotiate those are ridiculously high. But I've committed to funding it, so I will do my best to keep the price within reason. Does that answer your question, LD?
Yeah. So the question is, do you have a date for a date? Do you have a date for when you want to?
Well, I'm expecting the final pricing from the manufacturers any time now. Enrico is working on that, and he's sick of me every week sending me a note saying, I need the price of Enrico, I need the price of Enrico. So I'm as anxious as you to find the final price because now I have to fund it.
Okay. So no. Yes, George.
I have a question for the production run for the table. I guess the first people that are going to receive one are going to be the guys that did the pre-order. How many do they expect to have available for the rest of the people?
I'm assuming you guys can't hear anything, correct?
No, I can hear George speaking, but not really clearly.
Okay, yeah. Unfortunately, it's the microphone laptop. He's basically saying, you guys took pre-orders for Tabors. Do you have an understanding of what the initial run is going to be for people beyond the pre-order?
Yeah, Matthew and I have been discussing this. I'm committing to 200 in the first run. So there should be plenty available for people who who are not involved in the pre-order.
200? Okay. So 200, you say?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions in the room?
Yeah, for somebody that's a little backtracked on their X5000, that's older, enhancer software, version 1 point whatever, is there a package deal where we can get V54, the Nova Bridge, and the updated driver all in one, or do we have to buy 3 of them together at the full price?
So TJ's question is, for Enhancer 1 owners,
Matthew, do you want to answer that one?
Yeah, yeah. Well, the logical next path would be to go to Enhancer 2, because that's the line that we're developing for at the moment. 54 is a future project, so I would encourage customers to go from version 1 to version 2. And then let's see what happens with 54. 6 to 9 months, we've still got a development time on 54, and we've still got to beta test it then and get it through the door. So, yeah.
Matthew, is there an upgrade price from version 1 to version 2?
No, there hasn't. There's been such big changes between V1 and V2. It's been a very, very expensive development, V2. We couldn't justify an upgrade price. We did initially for customers who bought the graphics upgrade from version 1, they got V2 for free. So if you went that path, and this was a couple of years ago, and you bought the graphics upgrade, you qualified for V2 for free, and most of the customers did this, but that path is closed now. So you have to go full price on V2 now, and we're still not getting all our revenue back for the development that's gone into V2. So we can't really justify any more discounts. We've already discounted, like through the graphics upgrade path a couple of years ago. We've already discounted quite a bit.
So what do you say, Matthew, to answer TJ? It's you upgrade to version V2, and then if you want the Nova Bridge, that's an additional.
Yeah, with respect to Nova Bridge, you can wait till it comes out with V54, or if you want early access, you can buy it for full price now and have the pleasure of early access. But it depends. It's purely up to you. You know which way you want to go. But we're being upfront. We're saying, look, it's going to be in a future product. And if you want to gain early access, a bit like a VIP, and jump the queue, you can jump the line, I should say, in America, and you can gain access to Nova Bridge already by paying for it. But that's basically, you take your money and pays if you want to. It's purely your choice if you want to do that.
Okay. We reached out to Amiga News DE, and they've got a couple questions from them. I'm going to modify this a little bit. There's been reports of issues with the Cyrus Plus board needing repair and whatnot. There hasn't been a response to those questions publicly. Do you care to comment on the support levels for people who had Cyrus boards that have had problems with them? And success rate on repairs, or how are you going to help those folks?
Cyrus has been very, very good quality product. We've had very few boards come back, and that the majority of the boards that we've had come back is when people have snapped off their SATA connectors, or they've broken the clasp on the lithium battery holder. And at one point we had a couple of customers who knocked off capacitors off the board and ripped some of the tracks. But we haven't had any failure rates because of cost-effective components. The board has been very robust, and it's been pleasing how robust it has been. And the vast majority of the boards out there, we haven't had any reports of them being faulty or developing problems. So if there are some issues that we're unaware of, then please send us an email.
Matthew,
and we can look into that.
Matthew, how would you compare it to the X1000 in terms of performance and reliability?
I think it's far more reliable than the X1000, but I think when Varisys designed the X1000, they were trailblazing, and they learned a lot of lessons with the X1000s. The X1000 is very, very reliable, incidentally, but I think they went overboard with the X5000 with belts and braces approach, and you can really see, that at the end of the day, their business was the military sector, and they wanted to produce a board that could last for a long period of time. And as we all know, Amigans love to keep their boards for decades. So it was a perfect fit with Varisys and their design ethics.
I can attest to the fact that I knocked a component off my 5040 board, and I was changing out multiple graphics cards when I was doing some testing of the new. I must have changed out, I don't know, 30 or 40 graphics cards, and I managed to knock a component off just because frustration and whatever. But never mind, it got fixed very easily.
It happens.
Yeah, but that was one. Now, one thing that the question hasn't been asked, but I'll answer it because someone at Amiga 37 asked me when will the X5040 boards be available based on the P5040 quad-core CPU running at 2.2 gigahertz. Well, do you want to say something about that, Matthew?
Yeah, we've got to the end of the P5020 boards now. We've almost exhausted our stock. I want to keep a couple of boards back, but now for the last couple of months we've been shipping out to our distributors the P5040 itself, and that's out in the wild. You might have seen on some of the forums people very happy to receive P5040s, and there are a lot of new happy owners of those out there. So it's out and it's shipping, and people are very content with their purchases so far.
And is the price any higher than the P5020 version?
Yeah, it is higher, but we leave that down to resellers to specify what price they want to charge, because they're going through, at the moment, computer components, graphics cards, power supplies, towers are all much higher post-COVID, and these guys have to make a bit of money for assembling a complete computer and also offering the warranty, because the warranty comes from the reseller, so they're the first port of call. So we let them decide the price that they want to charge the end user.
And they're supplied with an OS4 license?
These guys are shipping them out with OS4 licenses, and sometimes they will do dual boot with MorphOS and even Linux configurations as well. So there's plenty of choice out there in the wider market.
I must admit, at Amiga 37, I was really pleased to see on the AAA technology stand. AAA technology was a combination of Aon, Amiga Kit, and Amiga computers. They had both a X5000 running OS 4.1 and a MorphOS. And on the MorphOS stand, they had a massive monitor running MorphOS on the X5000. So it was really nice to see that collaboration between the two next generation operating systems. I really like that.
And at one point on our stand, the MorphOS machine went down, and Frank from the MorphOS team was enlisted along with some of his colleagues to try and get the hard drive up and running. I'm pleased to say that they did, and we had our X5000 running MorphOS again, thanks to them.
Okay.
Great. So I'll take. How many more questions do we have here? I saw George. Anyone else? Any other questions on the show floor? Okay, so 4 more questions, and then we'll wrap our segment here. George, which question two?
Trevor said about the collaboration with the MorphOS team. Is this going to be extended with other stuff like supporting MorphOS with radio drivers, for example?
So the question is, you mentioned collaborating with the MorphOS team on the hardware side. Are you going to collaborate on radio driver, other software programs?
Well, the MorphOS guys have been to date have helped us with quite a few projects behind the scenes. When we were stuck with Ethernet drivers, U-boot, all sorts of things like that. We're very grateful for their support that they've given to date, and we do have a working relationship with them. The Radeon drivers, I understand that Mark Olson is working full guns ahead with his new Radeon drivers, so I don't think they need our software at the moment, because they're in the middle of a huge development with their own Radeon drivers, and of course they use CyberGraphics API, and our API with our latest Radeon drivers is different internally. So I think that I think the two groups of developers will have a very strong relationship going forward, and we look forward to seeing their new Radeon drivers, because that will be great when customers want to dual boot their systems and don't want to have 2 graphics cards in one system. They can just use one Radeon card and boot directly from that into either MorphOS or our own software.
Smart file system. Is there opportunity for collaboration there?
Well, Smart File System is developed by Jörg Strohmeyer, and we've got an agreement with Jörg to distribute it with the enhancer only. So I suppose if there's going to be a MorphOS version of that, the MorphOS team would have to talk to Jörg to get some sort of agreement for that. That's probably the best route to do that. But Smart File System 1, I know exists on MorphOS as well, doesn't it?
Discord? Okay. So, 2 questions from Amiga News DE, and then a couple questions from the YouTube channel. Also, the easier one. Any updates on?
Oh yeah, okay. Thank you for that. I should have mentioned that the developer, which is Hans-Jörg Frieden, has produced a little video for me of LibreOffice, an aspect for LibreOffice running. I should have posted that by now. I was going to post it in my next blog. The idea now is to every couple of months post a video update of the progress he's making. There's been a major overhaul of it to bring it up to speed. It's been a long, drawn-out project. It's been a very expensive project, but we'll finally get to a situation where I think we can start getting beta testers back out again.
You mentioned having a reserve of CPUs.
That would be so easy, wouldn't it? You just drop in a new CPU. Oh, life would be so easy. I think that answers the question. But yes, I suppose we could sell the CPUs to bring some money in and cover some of our costs. But at the moment, we do have about 950 CPUs for the A1222 Plus. And we'll use a couple hundred of those, and then we'll see how it goes. And if that's a successful system, then we'll certainly use up the CPUs, I think.
One of the questions from the YouTube stream, and this is for Matthew, any thoughts about doing another production run of the Prism Megamix?
Yep.
Yeah, really good question. And we are thinking about doing that. We have to get some funding for it first. But we're looking at expanding the software drivers and expanding. We've already got a developer who's done a lot of work on the software drivers, getting them to a new level with new functionality. So that will benefit the existing Prisma users. And if we can get some funding for the hardware, we can kickstart the new hardware into production. But that will be in the new year, so the first quarter of the new year. So watch this space.
Yeah, Matthew's been talking to me about that. I mean, he's been as typically been conservative, Matthew. We are going to produce a new run of Prisma Megamix cards. He's right about the funding, and he's in negotiation with me about that.
Let's see. Any other questions here? Okay. Well, just to point out the fact that it's 11 o'clock on the west coast of the United States. It's 7 a.m. for you, Trevor, or 6 a.m.?
Yeah, 6:55.
7 a.m. for Trevor. What time is it for you, Matthew?
7 p.m. here. Yeah.
So truly a global effort, because the video call is literally spanning the entire planet. Okay, that's it. Guys, one of them go to bed. I guess both go back to bed. Never do wake up later. We wish you guys could have made it. Thank you so much for your time dialing in. And
we miss you all. So hopefully next year we'll be there in person.
And have a great show with lots of AAA fun.
Okay, bye guys.
Okay, Steve is scheduled for 6:15. Sorry, 11:15. Let's take 1 second to get Steve's presentation up and running, and then. Uh-oh. SanDisk Cruiser. It's probably underneath my little docky thing, because it doesn't detect that. Where is it? Where is it? What's the file system? It's blinking. Out of USB ports. Okay. Are we live? Yeah, we're live. Okay. Well, I'm in your light. Okay.
I hit the mute. There we go. Hello. 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 We're just getting audio levels fixed up here. Are you good now? Video's good? Everybody happy? Am I happy? Okay. Okay. Welcome to AmiWest 2022 in person. Woo! There you go. So, yeah, I whipped up a little slideshow just to try to explain what I've been working on as far as exec-SG. So I'll get into what exec-SG is right away here. First, yeah, I was wondering if I should use a white font or a black font, but anyway, it sort of worked. So a brief, but exec was mostly assembly, so they had to rewrite it from scratch and make it compatible on the PowerPC. So that's why it's called exec-SG instead of exec. So just an explanation. So current status. So last year, I did a little blurb, and I looked back and I saw, well, what's changed since that little blurb last year? So I've listed a few things here. There was a lot of effort into the FSL DMA resource, which is a software component which accesses the DMA hardware that's built into the X5000 and the A1222. So there's this DMA hardware that sits in there. It's a general purpose DMA hardware, which can move massive amounts of data very fast without involving the CPU. So that's what it is. And one thing we did do was we reserved a couple of channels, DMA channels, for the A1222 audio driver so that it can use DMA, because that's the only way you can get smooth audio from the audio driver. We extended it with 64-bit support so that it can move data from anywhere on an expansion card to anywhere in AmigaOS. So that's good. We also experimented, did some wild experiments with the DMA copying as a general purpose copy routine. So those on the beta test team, maybe LD here and various others, remember that we crunched through a few scenarios and we had some switches to turn it on and off, change the threshold on and off. And overall, I was left with slightly unimpressed because AmigaOS tends to do small copies most of the time. So we're talking less than 64K. So the DMA hardware doesn't really shine until you get to the larger copies, like 100K, megabyte, then it really kicks butt. But on the smaller copies, it wasn't as nice as I'd hoped it would be, So it's nice, but not great. There was also an experiment to play with DMA with the web browser. What is that called? The Odyssey, was it? Yeah, Odyssey, yeah. Odyssey web browser. Played with that for a bit. It helped a little bit there, because it's larger chunks of data. So anyway, I'm hoping that we can get this released ASAP. Have to talk to Trevor, but and Hyperion as well, and get that out in the wild so that everyone can play with it. If you have the latest SDK done by George, thank you, George. It's right there. If you have that, you have the latest interface to actually do these DMA copies. But you need the kernel that goes along with it, otherwise it doesn't do much. So that's my next task when I return home. And we also have updated performance monitor, which is really cool because that's a way to do profiling with the CPU. And what's his name? Massimo was the architect there, and he did it on a whim. So you have A1222 support and X5000 support, which is awesome. This is very important for fine-tuning software. There's a new memory mapping for a CPLD part, which most of you probably don't care about, but we do. That's really cool. You might see some cool utilities come out for that. And another thing that is kind of a little bit of controversy with this reschedule function. So there's this exec has a very primitive scheduler. It's a round robin scheduler with priorities. Very, very primitive. And once in a while you have to give it a kick when you've been messing with task schedules. And we exposed this function called reschedule. And that was an accident. And of course, somebody saw it, somebody used it anyway, even though we said not to. And then as soon as I made it private, I got yelled at. You can't make it private. So the team went back and discussed it for a while. And I said, well, should we really keep this going or not? Because it's a potentially bad thing to have exposed. Because if you've done any OS programming, usually you're not allowed to play with the scheduler very much. And there's a good reason for that. And this is the same thing with Amiga. So in the end, the guys said we should expose it. So I wrote up an autodoc. It's in the SDK now officially. So those two people, I think, that use it, Hans and I can even name them. Hans and Sebastian. There you go. Two people in the world need this function. Now they have it. So they're happy for a while. Just thought I'd mention that. Multi-core. This is interesting. So we've been working hard on this multi-core kernel. That means it uses both cores on your X5020 or 4 cores on the 40. And it's made some good progress since last time. They've got the public demo, which is over at the Aeon table, which shows not a very exciting demo because we couldn't get it to stop crashing, the usual Amiga problem. But it is working. You can see 2 cores up because we got a 20 machine over there, and they both are running 2 tasks at the same time. And you can actually see them, and they're there, so it actually runs. So I thought I'd mention that. So those who are here at the show, you can actually come over, ask some questions, and I can delve deeper. One thing we had to do is you had to buy a JTAG debugger. This is a very low-level debugger because we have a check exception problem with the hardware that randomly pops up. So I don't know if you know anything about these modern CPUs, but they tend to crash and keep running for a while run to the end, and then you don't know exactly where it died, right? So you have to go back in time. If you don't have a JTAG debugger, you can't catch these things. So we bought one, and of course we plug it in, and well, oh no, I should back up a little bit. Of course we can't plug it in. Thomas, our main developer, has no connector on his board to plug it into. For some reason, they didn't populate the connector. So Thomas whips out his soldering iron, solders on the connector. Okay, fine. Okay, now we want to plug it in, but we're not sure of the pinout. We can't find the schematics. You know, so it goes on and on and on. So finally we plug it in. Good. Fire up the software. It reads zeros. The vendor lied. It isn't really compatible with this chip. You're kidding me. So what do? Call up Matthew, Trevor. We need a board sent to the vendor so that they can get their software updated so we can actually use their debugger. So I'm having fun. Okay. This was supposed to be buy it, plug it in, works. Right? So this is my life. Anyway, so that's just to get rid of the final hurdle, because what we have implemented is all the features are there, but it's not stable, and we got to get stable. I think it has to do with interrupting at the bad times, you know, the usual issues that you get with the multi-core system. Anyway, we're going to figure it out, hopefully soon. I know I said this last year, but anyway, at least all the software is there now. Last year, actually, the software wasn't there. There was no multi-core scheduling. That wasn't implemented. So this is good. We also have core affinity, which is a way of saying prefer this core versus that core. You know, so you can actually on the API you can say I want to run on core 1, I want to run on core 2, and you can state it in the software, which is pretty cool. There's some new functions: get system info, task list command, usual stuff you expect. I added some new task list functionality because if anyone who's done low-level Amiga programming knows that there's no way to get the task list, the list of tasks, without poking around. Well, now there's a way to do it without poking around, and it will tell you which core you're on too, so it's extra bonus. And last but not least, at the bottom we have the U-boot. The U-boot that Verisys handed over was not multi-core enabled. This is the firmware, right, in your PC or whatever. It has, when your PC boots up, it has to enable the cores before the OS runs. That's part of its job. It wasn't doing it. So we had to go in, say, no, please fire up the cores and give us some data too so that our OS can run, right? Very minor change. But anyway, we did that, and then while we were in the U-boot, I got frustrated with a few bugs in there. There's a long-standing bug about it not being able to read the MAC address of the Ethernet cards, of the Ethernet hardware, right? Fixed. So there was some graphical issues, there was some USB issues, little things in the firmware that were just annoying, and we fixed them up. And I have actually a private GitHub repository right now where all the relevant developers are, and they're doing whatever they need to if they need to mess with it. And the good news is we're going to release the binary soon from Aon. So I think it's been tested long enough, and I want to get it out there so that when we have the multi-core kernel ready, you guys could just install it and it works, right? Instead of upgrade your firmware first and then upgrade the OS and then hope you didn't break anything along the way, right? So I think it's a good idea to get it out there early so that those people that want to can get their USB fixed and their Ethernet fixed and be multi-core ready. I guess I'll do the ready thing on the package here. So that's what I'm working on next. The roadmap hasn't changed much, except with the addition of the table error, 81222. So while we were waiting for the JTAG vendor to fix the software, I made the decision through Thomas's prodding to start the port to the A1222 because there's no sense waiting who knows how many weeks for them to update it, right? So it's begun, and the idea is that the A1222 has slightly different CPU, and maybe it crashes differently, and we might get a hint. So that was the idea, right? Because right now we just get a machine check, and you got nothing. So the A1222, Thomas was hoping that it crashes softer and he could get some data out of it and maybe make some progress without the JTAG. So that was the theory. And we need to do it anyway. I always wanted us to focus on the X5000 first, get it running, get it stable, then move it. But you say, well, okay. Whoops, what's that? Anyway, all right. Got the audio fixed there? Okay, are we good? Okay. And then there's a few other things like start DMA and DMA, these routines, low-level stuff that we should fix. A bigger feature is add 64-bit support to the kernel, which is a bigger effort necessary to access more RAM and all that good stuff, more I/O. And better logging system. So the roadmap really hasn't changed much since last year, except with the addition of the 1222. That's it. And then there's a plug for my tools anyway. This is not much to do with execSG, except I needed multi-platform tools to actually build the kernel. So I built a few little ones and stuck them on GitHub. They're GPL. They're free. If anyone wants to grab the code, fork the code, give me a patch or pull request, I'll gladly accept it, right? So just a few tools that are necessary to build the kernel that I needed. And they're written in a special version of Python, 2.5, because 2.5 is the version the AmigaOS 4 has right now. So it runs on Python 2.5 and Python 3.11 or whatever the current run is. Does both. It's compatible. So, so that means it runs on everything on the planet that has Python. So that can be handy for developers out there, right? Also a plug for Spotless 2. Elfkill, is that how you pronounce his name? Okay, thank you. He said, yeah, I've got this new Spotless 2. It's a source level debugger. Great little thing. He's been hacking at it. He's on the execSG team, so whenever he needs changes to the kernel or fixes, that we try to make it happen. So that's why it says requires beta kernel on there, right? The fourth line. It's like, well, so I'm telling you, go get Spotless 2, but you can't run it. So we got to get the new kernel out there for you guys. Working on it. So, and I gave a very tiny postage stamp snapshot there, but that's, it's just a standard. Left side is your source modules, the right side is the source code itself, and then the bottom is registers and all that wonderful stuff. Anyway, Elfkill's been working hard on this, and he has a PayPal address. So if anyone wants to help him out, please do. And it's on OS4 Depot. It's a great little debugger. And then I wanted to mention the development team. There's all the people that are actually on our team right now, and they're all contributing in their own ways. So some people do code, some people just review docs, some people just provide criticism, some people review. Depends what their mood is, right? And I wanted to mention the logo is designed by a local you might have heard of, Mr. Lester there. And Trevor Dickinson is actually the product owner, which is a little strange because Hyperion has the rest of the OS, but Trevor Dickinson owns the kernel. So I just wanted to mention that. It's a little odd, but Hyperion has a license to ship binaries, and that's the situation as it is today. So it's a long, convoluted story. Anyway, that's where we're at. And oh, where's the question slide? Huh? Okay. It disappeared. Okay, so I'll just leave it at this slide. So if you have any questions, please fire away. Not going to go ham. Brian there. Oh, yes, the X1000. I didn't even mention it, right? Yeah. So I can't hear you very well either.
X1000 and CFP updates for multi-core.
Oh, X1000. Well, X1000 in general. So the X1000, we want to do a port to that. That's after the 1222, I should say, because I don't want to miss the 1222 launch, right? Because Trevor, well, what is it? Enrico said January. I was like, uh-oh, I don't have much time. Then Trevor just said Q1. Uh-oh, right? So, uh-oh. I really wanted to have multi-core available for the 1222 ASAP, right? But of course, you know, plans and all that. And then after that, the X1000, we have the same problem on there. You need the firmware updated to start up the cores, right? Well, the good news is we found the source code. We lost it, then we found it, then we lost it, and we found, you know, Douglas Adams. So we have the source code. I've tried to work on it for a while, and Val was my tester, and we got it to compile eventually. So that's one, but it didn't work the first try. The first try, I put it in the X1000, it just goes, eh. So I have to put some more hours into that, figure out what is going, if you will. It's just black screen, right? Because it's firmware, right? So you get black screen. You're lucky you get screen, actually, in firmware. So I have to figure out why the new compilers don't work, newer compilers don't work. When I got the CFE code, it had a make script in there that mentioned 386. So I was like, was this thing compiled on a 386? Like cross-compiled, right? Odd. Anyway, so I'm trying all sorts of different virtual machines to find the right one that will compile this thing and give me a binary that works. That's what I'm working on now, right? Because the code is too old to bring up to a modern compiler. You just can't do it without massive effort. So you try to go backwards in time with virtual machines, right? Yeah. So once we get that to work, then I can put the multi-core support in there, and then we can port it over, right? The good news is the low-level stuff is pretty much, I don't know what percentage, 90% compatible, right? Because there is some assembly required for the kernel, but not a lot. We rewrote the scheduler in C, for example, the main scheduler, and that's why, so that we could port it to the X1000 when the day came, right? So it's coming, but it's lowest on the list. So sorry, X1000 owners, unless Trevor orders me to. You could lobby Trevor and say, get that done first. Okay? Anyway, Paul, you had a question?
It was also about the X1000, but I'm also curious, outside of multi-core, what other improvements you made in the kernel, like for example, memory transfer and the support, maybe Ethernet driver and all that.
Okay, so the question was the other stuff in the kernel. Did I get that right? Like the Ethernet stuff and whether stuff was improved in the kernel. So, well, there's the usual list of bugs. I didn't bother to put them on a slide or anything because you know it's pretty boring to people. But there are quite a few changes and quite a few fixes that we found along the way too, and nothing really broke, but things got faster in some areas and a little bit slower in other areas, depending on what we fixed. Because we're messing with the lowest level stuff, the mutexes, the semaphores, all that wonderful stuff, right? And that can really change the dynamics of your system really, really rapidly. So I don't want to point out anything specific, but there are quite a few fixes. And I do want to get this kernel out, so we just got to negotiate with Hyperion and Trevor and figure out how we can get it to you guys, like how we're going to deliver it. I mean, like I could just give you a file, but it's not very professional. And another question over there?
Last year you said that the multi-cores support was written 3 times.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's actually the 3rd time. Can you explain how it is working and how the applications are handling, and especially the old applications? How are they working on each core? That the kernel choose what core is going to
Yeah. So I'll try to distill it down. Basically, it's more detail on how the actual multi-core works, right? Like how does it work? Is it magic? Yeah, that kind of thing. Well, I won't go too deep because the crowd probably fall asleep. But what we do is everything, the whole OS runs on core 0, right? You start at core 0. That's the initial core. Everything runs on there. And then as you launch tasks, like after you boot it up, as you launch applications and everything, we start to randomly choose other cores. And it's just a random thing right now. You know, in a more polished OS, you're gonna pick the lowest busy core, right? So we'll add that too later. But right now, I just want to see it work, right? So that's the stage we're at, where I can launch another task on a different core. I could say, force it, you're going to run on core 1. Or you can just let the OS choose the core, and it'll just like go back and forth when you have 2 cores. It'll just go 0, 1, 0, 1, 0. Because we like to start at 0 for some reason. But it's invisible to the applications, which is the cool part, right? So the application doesn't know if it's running on this core or that core. Now, they are pinned to the core, though, because we can't move them between cores without really breaking stuff. So once it's launched, it stays on that core. So that's kind of a restriction right now, just to simplify things. And it's amazing how Thomas was able to change the API or not change the API and make it run. That part's kind of magical, kind of or maybe the word's proprietary, because I did ask, I said, could I share the details and how that works? And then, no, not right now. How it really works, right? So I can't delve into the really works, because I thought this question would pop up, like, how does it really work? You get a coder who asks. It's like, no, not right now. We're gonna get working, and then we'll decide how much is divulged on the internal, the actual really internals, because I can say it's simple. It's simple. It's not a complicated thing. It's not complicated, but because the AmigaOS API was designed with a single user, single core in mind, it's very hard to change.
Thomas says thanks on YouTube.
Oh, okay. Thomas says thanks. Oh no, I'm being watched. Yes?
So, if an application runs on the one core and creates other threads, those threads run on the same core, and what happens with the memory?
Oh, so the question is about threads. Really, like what happens with your memory and all that? Well, Amiga doesn't really have threads, okay? In other OSs, usually have a distinction between a process and a thread. A process is something that has a address space and a single address space, and it's got memory and it just lives there. And a thread lives within that address space, right? And so it's a lightweight process, usually we call them, right? Well, Amiga doesn't have this concept, so it's not really a problem. That's what I'm trying to say, right? It's a single unified memory address space right now, and when you launch a new task, you could call it a thread if you want. It's not a thread. But an interesting there's a little bit of history though. Threads have been attempted in the past. Threading has been attempted. I know I asked Thomas about this once, and they were thinking about adding real threads. So they were talking threads that work within another task. So you have a task, and then threads work within it. But it was never flushed out for some reason. I'm not sure why, but it's still possible that we could have true threads in AmigaOS. It's possible, right? And the more we segment the memory, the more that becomes something we're going to have to do, right, to get performance. Because the whole reason to have threads is to make it run faster. Why else have a thread, right? It's just no point. Just use process. Fork. If you're in Linux or Unix world, sorry. So. Oh, another question, Paul.
You're touching on the ports and threads and memory. Ports and threads and memory seem to be a big part of the ports from Linux. They always want the ports and the threads. And
Yeah.
memory, for the sake of stability, memory protection, are any of those things creeping into the work you guys have done with the XXXSD? Provide us with either that protection or those threads.
Okay, so I'll try to distill that down. Yeah, basically, I think what he's asking there is in your Linux or Windows or whatever Mac arena, they have memory protection, they have threads, processes, and a lot of restrictions, right? And it's to make everything run more stable is the idea, but you also pay a penalty because it gets a little bit slower every time you throw another feature on. Is that starting to creep into AmigaOS, right? And I'd say yes. Yes, it has crept in, especially on the memory side of things. So yes, it's a far more complicated memory system, and but you don't really notice. But you pay. There's a penalty. It's not free, right? And same thing with memory protection schemes. The hardware only assists you so much, and then you gotta do some more work around that, right? So it is creeping in. Whether that translates to frames per second or not, it has. It has. I've seen reports from good old Castle and friends that the FPS dropped when we changed the mutexes and something, right? Well, we changed that because the memory system changed, because there's always a reason. And that's because it's creeping in there. It's getting a little slower, so it killed off like 2 or 3 FPS. And you're like, ah! And I had to make the executive decision to keep going anyway. It's 'cause it's a tough one. It's a tough one.
Will that provide more protection, though?
Will it provide more protection? Yes. Yes, it does. Yeah, it provides.
Easier to port that.
Will it make it easier to port stuff? That's a good question. Things have changed now in the computing world with multiprocessing. The languages now have threading and multiprocessing built into the language, right? The language itself, not the OS. So the language does it for you. They do use OS services to pull it off, but the language does it. So it's not like the good old days when you had to do it all yourself, right? Now we have futures and all these tricks to just hide all of this complexity, because what happened was it turned out humans suck really bad at multi-core processing or multi-core programming. They suck real bad, not just bad, bad. So we had to change our programming languages to help them, because we just can't do it. Humans can't do it. That's been proven. So nowadays, it's basically the language that's doing the work for you. Your C++, like your Go, Java to an extent, all that stuff. Python even. I mean. So what we have to do is we put in language support into the OS. So, for example, I had a request. Oh, I got that stop hitting keys button. I got a request a while ago to fix an API function to do stuff once. You wouldn't think that'd be a problem. In a multi-core, it's a very difficult problem. So you want to do something once and only once, and you don't want any other cores to mess it up. Well, we don't have a way to do that in AmigaOS right now. You have to do stop task scheduling check this thing and then start it again, right? Which is not appropriate. So that request came in. I haven't had it serviced yet, but we're going to add an API for this. This is to support higher level languages. I think that's C or C++ in this case. So did I answer your question a little bit? Because things have changed a lot in the last decade or two with multi-threading programming.
So I've got
Yeah.
two questions from IRC. One of them is, when you compile U-boot, can you add NVMe support, which is fun. And then the other one is, can you improve or release more documentation around writing kernel modules and drivers and whatnot?
Okay, so everyone's got the question. I don't have to repeat it.
You do have to repeat.
I have to repeat it.
I was not right.
Oh, bugger. Okay. Okay, U-boot, can we add NVMe support? I guess was the question, right?
Did you or can you?
Did I and can I? No, yes. There you go. It should be mentioned also U-boot is GPL, so if you want to volunteer, hey, come on up. What was the other question again?
The other question was around documentation for developing kernel modules.
Documentation for kernel modules. You know,
Development of
yeah. That is something I should have done 5 years ago. I completely forgot. It's not hard, but there's no docs. I know. I learned it too. You have to do this little trick here, and you have to not do this, and then it's a kernel module. But we never wrote it down. So I better do this. Thanks for the reminder. We do have a wiki, right? There's a wiki.amigaos.net. I just have to stick an article there. It wouldn't take long. I just got to do it. Apologies. Any other questions? Oh yeah, Robert has one?
All the enhancer software that has been released with it, now with multi-core support, that in essence 4.1 has now become 4.2, what originally was planned for release for OS 4.2.
Yes. Yes, so the question is, with the enhancer and the multi-core and all this stuff added together, basically it's become AmigaOS 4.2, right? And I can't remember which year, but it was announced at this show that 4.2 will have, 3D graphics, multi-core, and something else, memory protection or something or other. And so what's going on with 4.2? So that's a good question, because so many years have passed now. It makes you wonder what it should be called at all. But I'd have to ask Hyperion, because I don't represent Hyperion, but I think it's dangerously close to being called 4.2. Yes, dangerously close. And, I didn't think of the public release aspect of it. Like, I just want to get it out there, right? So we're marching towards, we're going to get it multi-core ready, and then one day we're going to say, here, have it. What do we call that? And do we charge money for it? That's not my department, but I have to figure this out, right? That's a good question. If you recall, if you bought an X1000, you were promised a free copy of 4.2. That was, when was the X1000 released? That was very public, right? And I asked Hyperion, a year or two ago, if this is still true. And I was told it's still true. But is it true now? I don't know. Like today, right this minute. They did not renege on that offer. So as far as I know, X1000 owners still get a free 4.2 or whatever it's going to be called. But anyway, that's a good question. That's a good question. And George, you had?
Yeah, the new kernel is going to be given to the user free of charge. Do you have any idea about that?
Which is given?
The kernel, the new kernel.
Sorry, I can't quite understand. Oh, the new kernel. Oh, kernel. Okay, sorry. Accent. I have trouble. Sorry. So the new kernel, yeah. See, I'll release the kernel for free as long as I can. Like, we should get this new kernel out. I should mention that the beta kernel have multi-core in it, right? There's two kernels now. There's a single-core kernel and a multi-core kernel, and I build both. And the multi-core is a separate kernel. So when I say I'm going to release the beta kernel, I mean the regular one, the single-core kernel, I guess you call it, right? Yeah, that's what I meant. Any other questions? Waiting on Bill.
I don't think so.
Okay, good.
You're dismissed.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
Okay, can you guys hear me? Yep. Awesome. Next time I'll put the mic pad on the other side. We're all getting a little rotund, and so traverse the body as well. I don't want to say anything publicly because it's not like this is on the internet. Anyway, no, not at all. We are in the today. He's not here yet, although I do see the pizzas are right on time. Brian, the pizza's here for Brian. Yeah, so we're going to take a 15-minute break, maybe a little bit longer. RJ, don't forget to buy your raffle tickets. If you want to know what is in the raffle today, and the raffle is for people attending only, there's a couple of posters on those annoying center columns that have a list of all the items. Again, thanks to all of our sponsors for making this happen. One of the items is a Terrible Fire 1260 with a CPU all ready to go, all the options provided by Amiga Store. So we're super HAFL1 got that over to us. So buy thousands and thousands of dollars worth of tickets, please, and then we can go to another. Okay. Thank you. I think it looks great for the people online. Okay, for the folks who are dialed in and listening on the YouTube stream, while we wait, I have something very, 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 very special. From Robert Bernardo's archives, I have Bill McEwen presenting Amiga DE development environment at AmiWest 2000. So this is 22. What year is it? 2022. 22 years ago is what I'm going to cut to, and you guys get to watch. I haven't played with the audio yet. I'll have to work on it. And then RJ is not here, but the pizza has arrived. So as soon as RJ gets here, we will mic him up and throw him up front. So I'm going to hit this button here.
It was fascinating to me because right after the CNN interview took place, we had a lot of other folks starting to come to the table. Very large corporations. In fact, if we could publicly give out the people who bought the SDK, it'd be like a who's who in the consumer electronics world, in the even the current PC world. the SDKs are being purchased by folks in every facet of business. And it's really a lot of fun because we almost want to call them up and go, quick, what are you doing? You know, it's like, oh no, we can't do that, it's private information. Look who bought it. But we would never do that. But it still comes back to the idea that what we are doing is we are literally, I mean, we're bringing over portions of the OS, we're bringing libraries and classes. Boopsy's been ported now; it's native. All these things are occurring and being written in as VP code. VP being virtual processor code. It is native now to our new OS. And as we roll the SDK out and continue the enhancements, all those new features will come into play. Literally, the next day after CNN, we got a call from our friends at Ziff Davis. And Ziff Davis is very interesting because they're actually now owned by, who can tell me who owns ZDTV? Paul Allen. Now, Paul owns ZDTV now. And we did screensavers with them, which was a lot of fun. And we did, on their afternoon newscast, they did another one. And they've allowed us also, again, which will pay huge sums of money, they actually express the tapes over here for us. So we have those here, and I don't know if you guys want to watch those or not. I will let you know, I did correct the hairstyle. The first one, now it's something that's fun about ZDTV is that they happen to be in the Sega building. I'll leave it at that. This is the first cut. This is actually on their newscast. We'll see, we got feed there and stuff. Sorry, Todd.
Someone must have felt out of place walking by all those Sega Dreamcasts running on Windows.
They're not running on Windows. Oh, never mind, you don't know that. There's no CE in the box. Oh, there's a fine video feed.
Being forced by George Bush and the London Stock Exchange. Both groups will seek shareholders' approval for the merger in September and aim for listing.
It looks better in my hotel room.
The deal would lead to the two exchanges developing a closer operational connection. No details of the possible deal have been released. And for more market news, let's get into Let's Talk in the newsroom. Hi, Lynn.
Hi, Danielle. DrCoop.com is having another bout of the financial flu today. Shares fell about 20%. If you have about $100, you can now have almost 80 shares in the company. That's because shares are trading near $1.25 now. Dr. Coop warned that it's greater than between $2.5 and $3 million, with a net loss as high as.
Sorry about that part. Yeah, big deal. Everybody's IPO sucks. All right, come on. There we go.
1994. This is the last piece of hardware they released. This, I got it right here. See this thing? This is it. There's a computer and keyboard in here, but that was it. Well, they're back. And they're back not so much as a hardware company, but an operating system company. The idea being that the operating system will work across a lot of different machines, everything from a cell phone to a PC to a webpad to even your toaster, maybe. Now, let me show you. I have some of the demos running over here. This is a Linux machine, and I have it running over here. It just shows the power of the graphics. The Amiga operating system is always known for its graphics power. In fact, a lot of people still use it for making movies. 14 of them were used to make Jurassic Park, I believe, or some number. And you see what I've got running right here. It's a ball in the back of a lot of reflections and other things going on here. I'm going to pull up right here. You see there's another ball running here. Just grab this and run it a little bit. Now, all these demos are running simultaneously. A lot of Java demos. This is some Java demo that I'm pulling up here. This is a molecular model. You can see that. Got another molecular model running down here. If I can pull it and make it bigger. If you go to different conferences and look at Java, the Sun likes to show these things off. So I've got those running. I've also got a game running over here. Now, one of the things that the Amiga operating system is really good at is games because of the graphics. There are a lot of games available, including this one. There'll be more out down the road. Now, in addition to all this, they're also planning on running the Amiga operating system set up on so it's not running just on Windows and Linux, so it's running native. And that's why I have this. This is actually the first time this has ever been seen. This is an ARM machine, ARM, running an ARM processor. It's an industrial design. It's nice and metal. It's designed to go with police cars and things like that. It also, as you can see here, is running Linux operating system, running the Amiga operating system, running all the Amiga stuff in here native. Now, this is an interesting device. All of this stuff If you're interested in all this stuff, it's all going to work on a lot of different devices. But right now, all you can buy is the SDK, so you can start building applications. So that's what's available on Amazon now.
Let me ask you this, how is this different from other operating systems like Linux, like Windows?
Well, the idea here is that it's very small. It's only about 3 megs in size, whereas Windows is about 650 megs in size. So it'll run easily, quite easily, apparently, so they say, and you'll be able to run one application across all these devices and share data and other information.
All right, great. Jim Nygaard, we appreciate it.
Now, there will be one more thing. There will be more Amiga on screensavers later. Bill McEwen, who's the CEO, will be there with even more devices than I have here, talking about the future of Amiga. So that'll be a lot of fun.
Looking forward to that as well. Thank
Screensavers
you.
tonight, sure.
All right. Thank you.
Coming up.
I should share with you, the way we got that is Jim and I went out and had triple espressos together. Right? I also will tell you that you guys cannot put this on camera. Right before this, Jim and I go way back many years, and we were in his office, and he also does the Fresh Gear Show, which is all the cool toys. And we started playing with this brand new machine from somebody else, and we broke it. They're like, quick, get the letter opener. You know? But anyway, and the other thing you didn't see, and you people filming, you can't tell, the whole time the gal's kicking him under the table, like, shut up. And they kept going, wrap it up. And he goes, wait, screensaver. So here's the screensavers bit. We hope. There we go.
TheScreensaver.com, it's not just for breakfast anymore. Check out the answers and tips page this week. It's Be Connected, Get Connected week. Have you been thinking to yourself, gosh, I just wish I knew how to get connected? Well, now you can. Find out what you need to get connected on the answers and tips page. It's all at TheScreensaver.com. Now, I know all you Amiga fans have been waiting for with bated breath. Patrick?
Oh, Leo, it's hard to believe that it's been 15 years since the first Amiga burst onto the scene. Sure, some of you probably own this classic. We got the A1200 here about 6 years ago. This was the last of the Amigas to come off the construction line. What do you call that? The building line? Now, over time, the computer company best known for its multimedia capabilities has slowly slipped into obscurity. Well, in the last couple of years, Amiga's decided to come back with a vengeance. The rumors are over. They've shed the hardware. They've got a good business model for the future. Here to tell us all about it is Bill McEwen, President and CEO of Amiga. Welcome to the Screensavers, Bill.
Thanks, Patrick.
So, we got lots of new toys here.
We do.
What's the, how did you end up, you acquired Amiga from Gateway?
From Gateway, right. I actually worked for Gateway for 2 years in the Amiga division. And there was a change, and there was an opportunity, so I offered to buy it, and we did.
Okay, so there's a new vision of Amiga here. So what's Amiga going to be in the future?
Amiga is a multimedia operating system that is focused solely on being the best in the market, whether it be hosted or self-hosted.
Okay.
So we either run directly on hardware ourselves, multiple different chipsets, or we can run within other operating environments.
So you get small, it's compact, it's platform independent.
Correct.
So actually we got something pretty cool. Is this the Motorola phone?
This is a Motorola Java smartphone.
Okay.
And what we did in order to save time and find a good partner, we got ourselves together with a company called the Tau Group out of Reading, England. And what we're doing is we're basing the new Amiga upon their operating system.
Very cool. So this is the Tau running on the Motorola?
Correct. This is actually the Tau OS operating the Motorola phone. And not only is it operating on it, it is the operating system.
So we take a look at this, we actually have a game running on here.
Correct. This is all Java applications. This is a Java game running on a 3-MIPS phone.
Wow. So this is incredibly tight. How much memory does this thing go?
This phone here has less than 4 megs on the phone itself.
So right now we're actually playing a driving game. Was this actually originally written for the, pardon me while I crash, the Amiga?
Right now for Motorola. What we've done now is we've added a layer to the Tau OS called the Amiga Foundation layer. And with that, people can now build new multimedia games, more fun games, more efficient games, specifically for the phone or for different operating systems and environments.
Very cool. Well, how many platforms at this point are you guys running?
Well, currently we run on this one. This is the Motorola M-Core chip. We operate on PowerPC, x86, RISC, StrongArm, ARM,
NEC 850, MIPS, there's several other chips. Then in a hosted environment, we run on Windows, on Linux, on OS 9, very soon on Palm, Epoch, Itron, and others.
Now, we were talking before, you said there's actually something like 60,000 existing Amiga applications?
Correct. Currently, there are 60,000 applications written for like the A1200, which we have. And all those applications will run on the new OS.
Okay, so actually you'll be able to do that with minimal porting or no porting at all?
Those will be no ports because we actually already have called the Amiga emulation layer. And we use that within Linux. It also runs on Windows. We're bringing that now as a port to the new OS.
Okay, so I'm going to risk a little flaming here, but basically, you know, something like this phone now is actually going to have as much power as the A1200 did.
Yes, exactly. In fact, what you can run on there, you can run on here.
Okay, very cool. Now, what we have here is the Prospector. Right. So this is basically an ARM demo of like a browsing machine or an internet appliance? Or
Well, this is actually an industrial strength machine. There are no moving parts to it. And this is a native port. We're the only operating system on this machine. Okay. This is running a strong ARM P100 processor. And what we're showing is, here we're running native, and here we're running in a hosted environment on Linux.
Okay.
But the binary is the same.
Wow, so basically one set of code, it's going anywhere.
Correct.
So in this case, you've run it on the operating system. Can we actually show the SDK for a second?
This is all example code within the SDK. We've got some 2D filters here. We've got a little free ball device here. So this is a little 2D animation so people can learn how to write. The new OS, again, being a virtual processor, everything we're writing to is a 32-bit RISC chip.
Okay.
So what's happening is, as you code here, Linux is required. So in fact, most of the people writing right now are Linux developers.
So that's the software development kit.
Correct.
That's $100 and it's running straight on Linux.
Absolutely.
Okay. And actually, so you said basically all these are examples of applets that are available on the SDK?
Correct. And we currently have 14 applications that have already been ported now to the new OS.
From Linux to Amiga?
Linux to Amiga, and we've got 121 committed from Amiga to come to the new machine. Mostly new games, Sin, Heritage 2, Soldiers of Fortune, etc. have all been ported.
Wow, so it's a pretty serious movement. Now tell me about the Amiga Foundation.
Amiga Foundation layer, what we have here, first you have hardware. Then we have the DAO OS, which operates the abstraction above the hardware. Then from there, the Amiga Foundation layer, that's where we're bringing over the existing code, we're porting it to a native, a lot of our library classes, and the DOS classes, etc. We're taking basically the core and the heart of Amiga OS and putting it into a virtual processor environment.
Very nice. Now, we've seen the Motorola's demo. When can we start expecting products using this to start showing up in the field, in the marketplace? When can I buy a toy?
Well, the first new Amiga that we're aware of will be coming out around Christmas time, actually, from us, called the Amiga 1.
So this is a major treat for like everybody who has a 1200 and has been dying for
a 1200, a 500, a Toaster Flyer, all those folks can be pleased to know we've got a new Amiga coming out the door for them.
Very nice. So that'll be in December.
Right.
About how much do you expect that to be?
It'll be under $800.
Under $800. Right. So Amiga apparently does rejoice. Now this is not another proprietary hardware.
No, in fact, that was one of the things that hurt the Amiga was the fact it was proprietary. Now we're using off-the-shelf components to make these new machines.
Very, very cool. All right. Thanks, Bill. That's Bill McEwen, President and CEO of Amiga. Thanks for joining us, Bill. To find out more about Amiga, be sure to check out their website at www.amiga.com. And if you're looking for more information on how the Amiga Foundation layer and the software developers kit, don't forget to visit the screensavers.com website where we've got a pretty good article put up for that. Thanks, Bill.
Now, the fun thing about doing all that is the number of people we get to meet because of it. Since doing that, we've been contacted by numerous major companies that have become very interested in what they saw. And we've had now contacts at real high, other levels we could not get to. How many people know John Dvorak? Right? Okay. John's show was being taped his show was being taped before we went live with that show, and I was sitting in the lobby, and I haven't seen John in 4 years, so I'm sitting there waiting, and John goes flying past me because he's late for his own show. And I go, hi, John. He goes, hi, John. Well, he sat and watched, and he had not heard that we had purchased Amiga. What we got, when I got back to Seattle the next day, is I got a note from John saying that he liked what he saw, and I've now been invited to be a regular on his show, Silicon Spin.
All right.
I didn't secret is just that he likes the leather jacket. But so what's going to be nice now is we are getting some. So we'll be there with the other folks, basically doing politically incorrect for geeks. But it's nice to get that kind of third-party endorsement. The other thing that was very nice is John wrote me an email and said, he was very excited about what he saw, and he wants to do all he can to help us. And that's the kind of response we're getting out there. And it really is due to folks like you. I mean, you folks have kept it alive. You've kept it going. If it weren't for you, there would have been nothing for us to buy. I mean, that's the reality of it. And once again, I truly do thank each and every one of you. One of the things that happened is, as you know, we came out with our SDK, and we do try to listen to all of you. Well, not all of you, but at least a few. And, oh, by the way, just for fun, I do have the phone. So
oh,
you guys want to play with the phone.
Ooh.
Yeah. Except I'm a better driver than he is. And if we had GSM out here, this is a working cell phone. Out here at CDMA, TDMA as the primary. But this is a working device, and those of you who want to see it, come up and for $1.
Is that how you're funding the new project?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Packaging was an issue. People came to us and said, packaging is kind of dark, and it's kind of old looking. You did say that, as a matter of fact. Right? He said, this sucks. This really sucks. I think were the actual words. We also have had reviews out there about it. Some positive, some negative, which is good stuff. I mean, we brought the SDK out a little earlier than most because writing for VP is different. There's an education curve that comes with it. The other thing that came out is the little bit about royalties. And I want to explain that. It was a mistake because that's not where the royalty area was supposed to go. We are going to charge royalties. Let me explain where, how, and why. With any company, like those other guys run Microsoft or Mac or anybody else, if you want to become a certified product for them and have their logo on your package, there is a fee for that. Microsoft current minimum is $10,000. Then after you pay that fee, Microsoft sends you 8 million people pounding you and saying, if you want to really make some noise, you got to join our co-op marketing programs. Well, there goes another 250,000. Okay? Then you want to get into retail. Well, if any of those guys have tried it, you've got to buy end caps, cross promotions. Okay, the theory is now you've got $1 million before you even gotten your box on the shelf to make noise for your product. So what we did is we said, well, that's kind of dumb. It's very expensive, and it really hurts people from being able to do it. So what we've done is we've created marketing programs whereby we ask for $1.50 per unit that is sold, not that you ship, there's a big difference, or 5%. No money up front. It goes through a full certification program. You can use the logo, and to be part of our co-op advertising. As we advertise in publications and magazine, your products are part of that. And as we buy end caps, store space, etc., your products are included in that. That's what the program's about. It is voluntary. You do not need to go through this to make Amiga products. You can make Amiga products just by buying the SDK and doing it, okay? So there's nothing that's saying you have to pay. What we're saying is if you want to participate in these other programs, instead of gouging your eyes out the moment you come up with a package, we're saying, look, participate with us. We'll take a little tiny bit. That's the program. Does that make sense to folks? You understand the process and what we're doing? It's very expensive to do proper marketing, and we know that it is stupid to look at you and say, thank you for writing for Amiga, let me have your checkbook. Right? The idea is to help support you. So what we're doing is we've set these co-marketing programs up on a royalty basis, so it's pennies off of what you sold. Remember that part. It's not like the way the Sony licensing works, which is $250,000 up front just to stamp the CD, and then it's 38% of what you manufacture, not your sell-through. Okay? That is why The PlayStation made up 38% of all Sony revenue last year. Ohio gozaimasu. With that, we have a new package design for the new SDK. The idea that we are constructing a new Boing Boing. If I could have Derek, Lyle, and Bill Basari come up for a minute, please. Now you guys going, oh no, why did I say yes? If each of you guys could go, if I could have one guy at this table, one guy at this table for a minute. The new logo design, this is the new graphic, will be part of the package. We actually paid money for this. There's a lot of other aspects to the design. One on that table, one on that table. If you guys would reach under to the left side, there's a box underneath each table. Yes, indeed. We have the other left, Bill. Okay. For those of you here at the dinner, we want to say thank you for coming, and we have created AmiWest t-shirts for the show. I apologize for one part, and I apologize up front to John, because there was a mistranslation in the front part of the design. This will make us even more of a collector's item. Came out AmiWest 2000. On the back it says, "Happy Birthday Amiga," with the new SDK logo. It took them 15 years to catch up. Now they never will. So if you guys would like to come on out, this t-shirt, thank you everybody. Bob, you got one at the office. There are some at the top, so most of these are extra large. Is your hotel room locked in there? No? So you lock your spouses in there.
Yes, you will.
Oh, this is extra large, extra large, and extra large.
Really big? It's a big extra large. No problem. Don't run it out here.
I will also let you know that we are going to start in the next month a new section of our website that will have items like these that user groups can buy, all at cost. We're not making any money on this stuff, but to help promote. And so we've got a deal with a company that is actually going to manufacture at cost for us, and we're just going to pass on the same price to you folks. We're also going to be working, hopefully, with some of the vendors out there that make this type of merchandise. We will also be selling it off our site, okay, to help them out. Okay, there's some great t-shirts out there, great designs. We actually have an e-commerce whole thing here. Trust your feelings, Luke. So with that, again, just thanks to everybody. If anybody did not get a t-shirt, let us know. Okay, we'll try to rectify that.
Oh, no, I didn't get any.
Why do I not believe you?
You need one some for the camera.
You got it. You get that thing there. In fact, we have some. Still here. With that, I want to talk real quickly about the D Amiga. Oh, it was supposed to be kind of D. Well, people are going to do Amiga.
Just like
for the Italians, a D Amiga. But it's both doubles. The Amiga developer machine is something that we're working with vendors within each country to have a select group of people that have met criteria to build those machines to our specifications. When somebody buys a branded Amiga developer machine, there are certain features that they're going to get that those who buy machines that do not meet our minimum requirements don't get. There is special support for those people who buy a Amiga device machine. You will receive personalized support and be given a personal contact within the support group, as opposed to just having to go through the forums and going through the public support area. You will also receive a free ticket to our first DevCon. You will also be receiving some proactive communication from us anytime there's enhancements to the product. We don't call those bug fixes, those are enhancements. And other changes to the code. We've worked with a group of folks out there that have met certain criteria, and they've spent the time to make sure that it does meet those requirements. So know that when you buy, if you just go off and buy another box, throw the SDK on there, that is different than purchasing a developer Amiga box. So be aware of that when you're out there. These folks have built some good machines that certainly are cost competitive than anything else that's out there. And if you are going out to buy a machine specifically to develop for Amiga, this is the way to go. Okay? So I just want to make that clear on what's happening in that vein. Hang on, I'm going to do something here. I'm cheating. I want to see where I'm at in this presentation. This is really getting boring. I'm not going to do this presentation. Let's do something different. Hope you guys don't mind. And you're all going, what is he doing? Uh-oh, what was that button? Okay. You know what? I don't know. I've reached a point that instead of rattling on and on about this stuff, I'm going to do a high-tech switcheroony here. That works. Okay. Unplug that cable. Plug this one in. Let's talk a little bit. Just jump right to it here. For those of you that haven't had the chance to see what's going on, this is the ARM Prospector. This is a native port of the new OS. This is solid state. There are no moving parts in this device. This runs a P100. What?
The screen moves.
You can't see it back there?
It moves. That's a flip.
Oh no, I am wounded. This actually in production. This is going to be too weird for me. Right here. This actually is a touch screen when it's in production. This is not in production now. I fondly refer to this as the DeLorean of which means it's actually a Volvo. But anyway, you are able to come up, play with this, look at it. Okay, this is here for you. One thing not to take home. This currently is $5,000 a box. Oh. That's why I just borrow it. One thing that's interesting about this runs a 9-volt battery system. Ooh. And this actually is a Tinker design, for those of you guys that don't know, at ARM. And it's been a lot of fun working with them. But this is something you can come up and look at, play with. The only thing that's really strange is I'm not too crazy about the mouse they have on this. But you can go over here and run all the same stuff. The same thing you're going to see on the other devices are here.
How much does it weigh?
This one weighs about 4 pounds. The problem is 3 of those are in the DeLorean body here. And they're making some changes now. They actually apparently have another company that's looking to manufacture these in mass. So we'll have to see what happens with that relationship. But that's here. I do have, the Java phone. You guys want to come see that after the fact? This thing isn't really bad. Try that. There we go. At the same time, we do something over here if you want a really big hardware thing. And that works. Let's switch there and there and see if technology helps you better. Okay. So we got, I know. Okay, here we go. Here's the evil group. All right. What's interesting, what I'm going to show you is something that was done by an intern we have at our office. This was done in 15 hours by an individual named Kevin. I'm sorry about the screen resolution. They told me it would adjust automatically. I'll do my best I can here to show you this. This was an application that was written in 15 hours. He had never coded in assembler or C. This is something he's done from scratch, copying a Linux game. So if I do this right, Let's just see. So this is the OS. I just love that new design. Can you tell? Okay. I'm going into the terminal. You guys would love it. It's a shell. I hope this is the right thing. Is that the right name? No? Amy, there we go. Amy Stone. You'll watch it back there. This is a game you guys might have seen on Linux, where when you it's a puzzle, and as you move the mouse over the different, there we go, I got that one. And the whole idea is you want to try to get where there's only one ball left. And as you see, as we get the different groupings here, there we go. But that's because I'm losing down there. Is that any better? No, cool, all right. You guys can help look at this also. This will be available up on the website here in the next couple of days. But the idea is that this is a completely native VP game. And this is somebody who's never done that before. And I was really impressed. He was the first person that has actually slept in a cot at the office. So, so Kevin did a great job. I know you guys can't see it, but I think I actually might win this one. So I'll let you know how I do here in a minute. Oh, no. I mean, it cheated. But, I know that's mine. You screwed up. But the fact is that there is coding going on. There are things happening now. Those of you who haven't joined the Open Amiga list, you're missing out on a lot of fun. There's a lot of stuff happening on that list. There we go. Now, oh sure, it works over here on Linux, but over there. I need more game console. Over here, we're on Red Hat, and what's fun here, this is the other type of build, but you notice what's happening here? Do they look fairly similar?
Yes.
They're supposed to. Good, that one. Okay. That one small one's bigger. The idea here is, right now what you're looking at, there it is. I'll shut that down for a second. This is, this is fun. I'm actually getting aerobic exercise while at the show. What you're looking at is just very simply, you've got a situation of binary compatibility between the two host OSs. Now right here it has this lovely little thing that says Linux Amiga demo. Push on, nothing happens. There's a reason for that. There's nothing there. So now I have to do something here real quick. Hang on. Yeah, I'll come back on in a minute. The Amiga demo I'm going to show you is now on this machine. Okay. Here, heck of a password. Yeah, there we go. Well, we'll see. Did it work? Here we have a product you guys have probably seen before. This is actually a little thing called Tunnel. We put this in over here in the Windows box. I love consistency in user interfaces. And just because I'm such a technical whiz, they made it self-extracting for me. But here we have, oh, you can't see it. That's a little bummer. So we have, there we go. This little application called Tunnel. This is actually a complete application going. And now we're going to take that application from the floppy, and we're going to run the exact same application over here. So that's going to the floppy. Let's go to the floppy. There it goes.
Oh.
You have complete binary portability between two completely different operating systems. Now, if the ARM had a floppy, I think a slight problem, it doesn't, I'd be able to take that exact same code and put it in the ARM. This is what we're looking for as a future. What we're looking for is an operating system whereby developers truly can write once, and it runs. It runs cross-platforms, across different devices. You look at right now, some of you guys might not remember, but July 2000 was the mandate that the government put out. We're all supposed to have new digital interactive set-top boxes. Remember that? The old open cable thing? How many have one? There's a new spec that just came out from those guys, and they said, you know why we don't have them? Because they need DVD, they need hard drives, and everything else. And it came down to, geez, what you're saying is what they want is actually a computer that sits on top of their TV. Duh. From that perspective, what we are doing as a company is working with CE companies, working with, oh, that was smart. Now it works. I knew that. I knew that. But right now, today, we have currently on the Open Amiga list 24 applications that have now been written native. Most of these are tools, but they're there. They're available. We're going to have a lot more. We're working with every major gaming company out there. We're in discussions with each and every one of them. There's no commitments yet, but a lot of that is because we don't have certain components in the SDK ready yet. 3D's not there, sound's not there, those other components. As they get there, and as they're put in, and we've got brilliant work from the Hyperion folks with Mesa, their OpenGL. I mean, it is great stuff. We've got to do some things on our end with Dow to complete that project, but as those components are there, we're going to have some really brilliant content for the Amiga. You guys are our resource out there to make this stuff happen. We are creating new machines. We are coming out with new stuff. It's not ready yet, but it is coming. I'm not going to tell you processor selection yet. Sorry. But until we have that baked and have motherboard manufacturers we can get and confirm with, we're not going to do that. That's been our biggest issue right now, is finding people who can manufacture these boards and getting the processors committed. And we have to have a minimum commitment of 100,000 processors to us before we can work with them. And that's been a little bit of a pain. We're not real liked at some companies. Not because of us, but there is a past of unpaid bills, shall we say, at certain processor companies. Gee, I wonder which one. I mean, they could be. But the fact of the matter is we are working as quickly as we can to develop for you something that you'll be proud of. You know, in 1990, Commodore did that video. Most people have never seen that video. You guys hadn't seen the video, but you figured it out long before Commodore made that. You're the reason we're doing it. And I want to thank you very much. But today's the first step in this long journey we have. We've got a lot more steps to go. But we're getting recognition from the folks out there, the TV folks who've given us some very nice coverage. We've got some recognition coming from some large third-party companies. Half of you are going to sleep. I've talked too long.
In the interview, you mentioned that the Amiga emulation layer is already existing and being ported to the new code, to native code.
We actually have, there is a VP port already.
What relation is that to UAE?
Well, it actually is a UAE port, but what we're doing is actually something beyond that. There is a port now on our site that is a VP port. It's actually a native UAE NVP. We're taking it beyond that level, and I can't go into details now, but it's actually, my phrase was incorrect. We actually is not emulation in the new OS. We're doing something a lot better than that. Okay. So the problem with UAE is there are a lot of applications that don't run. Okay. Yes.
Will the new Amiga be able to switch screens like the old Amiga did?
Everything that you love today will be in the new stuff. I mean, look at the hardware design folks that we're working with. I mean, there are certain criteria and certain things happening that maybe a lot of companies wouldn't do, but because of the history of the people we have in our team, the things you love and enjoy will be there. I mean, one of the main reasons with going, we in America would say TOW for the most part, but it's actually DAO, is the ability of instant on, instant off. I mean, while that's not a big thing to a lot of folks out there, it sure is to you all. Actually, yes.
Bill,
No. Okay.
There's obviously a lot of excitement by very large companies that have very large staffs that can facilitate moving some of their software over to this platform. as it develops. What really concerns me is the Amiga developers in our platform, where they've been reduced to maybe 1 to 2 to 3 people working in their staff. And they may not have the necessary resources to get programs like ImageFX to run natively on the new operating system, or SoftLogix, PageStream, and there's audio labs, you know, ProStation Audio. There's a lot of them out there, and I'm concerned that we might lose that. And a part of the Amiga philosophy in this field are those developers that have been in the Amiga community for a long time. Is there anything that Amiga Incorporated can do to help these guys? Is there anything?
Well, there's to answer the, I mean, there's several. You got several questions there. First of all, no large company has committed to us anything. They're looking at us. They're interested. All right. There's a lot of interesting opportunities that come out of that. A large company might not have a product that one of you guys have. Okay. There's an opportunity for a publishing arrangement. Okay. You might not have the resources to do it, but they do. They don't have a risk factor. There's a publishing opportunity there. For others, there's a situation where these companies might be looking for you guys to port their stuff. There's work to be done there. As Amiga companies go, you're our first target, you're our first priority. We want to make sure every one of you succeed. That's first and foremost in what we're doing. That's why we release the SDK to you folks first. And the next week, Red Hat begins reselling our SDK to their people. Okay? They've joined us now, and that'll be up in the next week. At the same token, IBM Developer Works now starts their series on their site about Amiga and what we're doing. I have a series of reviews, new areas of putting up the whole thing so we can get other people to join with us. Each individual company that is out there, if you have concerns or whatever, contact us. Because each company is in a different situation. And one way or another, we'll do everything we can to help them. Over here, someone has a question. Yes?
2 quick comments. First of all, boy, it runs really jumpy on the Windows box.
Yeah.
Why do I feel like that's Windows' fault?
As those of you understand, we have what we call the Pi and Psi layer, and that's what is the only thing that changes on each platform. Windows is the biggest one we have. It's 88K, but it does make a difference when that one's 16K.
Other thing is, are you intentionally going for the Return of the Jedi Death Star?
No, that was written by a third-party person. It was put up on our open Amiga platform.
The logo.
Logo. No, not at all. That is actually the idea that the core doesn't change, it's just the outside that's getting adjusted. Okay.
Oh, it's not some evil empire trying to rule the universe.
I take personal assault for calling me evil.
A lot of us were going to leave when Commodore got rid of the guru of meditation.
Right.
Are we going to have it back?
Next question. That's an argument you're going to have with Fleecy.
I'm bigger than he is.
That's right. My son is bigger than Fleecy. He's fine. Here, let's talk about it. Anybody else?
I got another one. So what about the gaming software industry? Will they all come back on our come back and look at our what you're doing?
They already are looking at what we're doing.
Are they going to put out stuff soon?
I can't answer that. Each one has their own decisions they have to make. Part of it right now is the SDK does not have the pieces they're looking for. So all they're doing right now is observing and watching. I mean, a lot of it has to do with what we do as Amiga. I had a very interesting conversation with somebody who started the Amiga platform, left many years ago, actually from Las Vegas. In fact, his software right now has already won 1 Emmy and is up for 2 more. 3D stuff, brilliant. And we talked on the phone for 2 hours. He went out the next day and bought 10 copies of the SDK, so I guess it was a good conversation. But what was fascinating, and I shared this with some folks today, the one thing he mentioned, which is what hooked me in '98, thank you, John, when I came down here and visited with you folks, was that while he left the Amiga due to economic reasons and has been extremely successful where he's at, made a lot of money, there's no one he can talk to. There's nobody there he can call. The Amiga is much more than a machine. It's about the community. It's about family. It's about the idea that each one of you are connected in some way together. You have all different interests, you have different skill sets, but yet the idea, the dream of Amiga keeps you all together. There's some who've gone away. It's been a long time since something new has happened, concrete has happened. Our hope is that they'll come back. We believe we're going to build something that will get them excited again to be part of it from the beginning and come back now. But, excuse me, it is something very, very special here. I don't know if I could ever bottle it. If I would, I'd sell it and make a fortune. But it's so interesting to him, that ability to sit down, talk to friends, talk to ideas, and just brainstorm about what it is, where it should go, what should happen, and the fact there's a company to listen. Doesn't mean we're going to implement everything, but there's some really good ideas that come from you guys. Then there's some others. But what's neat is that there is a two-way relationship between us and you. And there's not, I don't know of any other company, and as he shared with me, there is another place that happens. That's something we want to foster, something we want to keep going. And we're going to work with the user group community, we're going to work with others to try to keep that happening. We have time for one more?
Question about the little ARM box.
Mm-hmm.
You said it has no moving parts, no floppy drive. What about a hard drive?
No, right
now,
now, solid state. Yeah, it's there's that particular box is 32 megs. That's it. It's on that box.
Can I buy one?
No, they're not available.
Can I buy yours?
Nope. that's actually ARM's machine, and they flashed that for us and made it available for us. And they've been really great to work with. Somebody pointing over here, Bob. What's that? The phone is staying with me. Okay.
Do you think there'll be educational programs available with the new Amigas?
Yes. Yes, very much so. In fact, one of the unique things that is about the new Amiga, I can't publicly say their name, but they own the Grand Ole Opry and a whole bunch of other stuff. It's a huge multi-billion-dollar entertainment company. They've gone very heavily into an interactive music site and some other good things like that. And what they're going to begin doing is they personally have selected Java as their platform to do a whole bunch of interactive gaming, etc. Well, they've selected our product because their coders can write the user interface, if you will, the user application that you and I will use in Java. And then a user can go to their site and decide, well, gosh, I'm using XYZ, I'm using Windows, I'm using Linux, I'm using whatever. They download ROS once, and the Java app is the only thing they have to worry about. So suddenly the exact same application is running across all different devices. Here's a question for you. I told Brandy I'd ask this. You guys know about PalmOS. We've got a port going on to that. You know what, Epoch. Who uses Epoch? Who uses Epoch? Yeah, well, I know you do, but what company?
Oh, Cyan.
Cyan. Okay, here's the next one. Who uses Itron? Anybody? Itron? Sharp Zorus. The Zorus uses Itron. How about VxWorks? What do you find VxWorks in? What was that? Wind River? Their products, VxWorks? #1 OS in the world. It's vertical devices. All over the place. Appliances, microwaves, everything you can imagine that has a little tiny OS is probably Wind River's. Probably VxWorks in there. How about Docomo? Anybody Docomo? Right. Yeah.
Everywhere.
That's right. #1 selling phone system, NTT, etc. What a cool little box it said when it came up there. Folks, we got a lot of
car manufacturer uses VxWorks. Canvas, all the Canvas stuff. Yeah, in fact, one thing we learned the other day, which is really interesting, is this is kind of fun. Ford Motor cannot sell a car if it wasn't for Amiga. Right, really? What it turned out is Ford went to this full online ordering system, and all the graphics are written on SGI boxes to design the car and pick the color, etc. Well, their Oracle database can't read any of those files. So an Amiga in Cologne, Germany, where the system was built, went out and got an A1200 because there happened to be a piece of software in the Amiga that could read both. So what happens is a single A1200 takes all the data, all the graphic information from the SGI, converts it so the Oracle can read it. I was like, swing.
What would normally be in a large video studio.
It's like 50 applications running, I swear.
So if you're interested in looking at it, we'll be at the Access Sacramento booth tomorrow.
You should not escape with the power of
Follow me.
Who's the guy drinking Coke by your side? I don't see any guy by my side.
That was me.
Oh, that was him.
Oh, that was STRICQ.
And it's not Coke. Mr. Pibb.
It's Mr. Pibb. He's highly offended.
Linux doesn't exactly encourage top-notch creativity wear.
Well, you got a camera on it?
Yeah.
This is the funniest comment.
Oh, you want the funniest online comments? User-friendly doesn't even cut it, in my opinion. Look for Sinfest, Down to Earth, and Kevin and Kel. It's Kel with 2 L's.
Oh, see,
Those are the 3 funniest online strips aside from Eric Schwartz's work I've ever seen.
Oh,
and Kevin and Kel is at www.kevinandkel.com. And Sinfest and Down to Earth are on KeenSpot.
Federal Aviation and the FCC.
Okay, well, we're getting too deep into Linux and other things here. I think I'm going to sign off here, Venom.
Okay, well, thank you. He's going to be on at 3. James from Hyperion. FNTC. He'll be on at 2. And I hope Clark will
We're going down, Captain. We're going down.
You guys have good questions for iPad.
For whatever reason, stopped working immediately after.
The URL for the blimp cam, I think you could get over
Underneath here.
It was fascinating to me because right after the CNN interview took place, we had a lot of other folks starting to come to the table. Very large corporations. In fact, if we could publicly give out the people who bought the SDK, it'd be like a who's who in the consumer electronics world, in the even the current PC world. The SDKs are being purchased by folks in every facet of business. And it's really a lot of fun because we almost want to call them up and go, quick, what are you doing? It's like, oh no, we can't do that, it's private information. Look who bought it. But we would never do that. But it still comes back to the idea that what we are doing is we are literally, we're bringing over portions of the OS, we're bringing libraries and classes. Boopsy's been ported now, it's native. All these things are occurring and being written in as VP code, VP being virtual processor code. It is native now to our new OS. And as we roll the SDK out and continue the enhancements, all those new features will come into play. Literally, the next day after CNN, we got a call from our friends at Ziff Davis. And Ziff Davis is very interesting because they're actually now owned by, who can tell me who owns ZDTV? Paul Allen. Now, Paul owns ZDTV now. And we did screensavers with them, which was a lot of fun. And we did, on their afternoon newscast, they did another one. And they've allowed us also, again, which will pay huge sums of money, they actually expressed the tapes over here for us. So we have those here, and I don't know if you guys want to watch those or not. I will let you know, I did correct the hairstyle. The first one, now it's something that's fun about ZDTV is that they happen to be in the Sega building. I'll leave it at that. This is the first cut. This is actually on their newscast. We'll see if we got feed there and stuff. Sorry, Todd.
Someone must have felt out of place walking by all those Sega Dreamcasts running on Windows.
They're not running on Windows. Oh, never mind. You don't know that. There's no CD in the box. Oh, there's a fine video feed.
Being forced by George Bush and the London Stock Exchange. Both groups will seek shareholders' approval for the merger in September and aim for listing.
It looks better in my hotel room.
The deal would lead to the two exchanges developing a closer operational connection. No details of the possible deal have been released. And for more market news, let's begin to look back in the newsroom. Hi, Lynn.
Hi, Danielle. DrCoop.com is having another bout of the financial flu today. Shares fell about 20%. If you have about $100, you can now own almost 80 shares. That's because shares are trading near $1.25 now. Dr. Coop warned that it's greater than between $2.5 and $3 million, with a net loss as high as.
Sorry about that part. Yeah, big deal. Everybody's IPO sucks. All right, come on. There we go.
1994. This is the last piece of hardware they released. This, I got it right here. See this thing? This is it. There's a computer and keyboard in here, but that was it. Well, they're back. And they're back not so much as a hardware company, but an operating system company. The idea being that the operating system will work across a lot of different machines, everything from a cell phone to a PC to a webpad to even your toaster baby. Now let me show you. I have some of the demos running over here. This is a Linux machine, and I have it running over here. It just shows the power of the graphics. The Amiga operating system is always known for its graphics power. In fact, a lot of people still use it for making movies. 14 of them were used to make Jurassic Park, I believe, or some number. And you see what I've got running right here. The ball a lot of reflections and other things going on here. I'm going to pull up right here. You see there's another ball running here. Just grab this and run a little bit. Now, all these demos are running simultaneously. A lot of Java demos. This is a Sun Java demo that I'm pulling up here. This is a molecular model. You can see that. Got another molecular model running down here. If I can pull it and make it bigger. If you go to different conferences and look at Java, the Sun likes to show these things off. So I've got those running. I've also got a game running over here. Now, one of the things that the Amiga operating system is really good at is games because of the graphics. There are a lot of games available, including this one. There'll be more out down the road. Now, in addition to all this, they're also planning on running the Amiga operating system set up on so it's not running just on Windows and Linux, so it's running native. And that's why I have this. This is actually the first time this has ever been seen. This is an ARM machine, ARM. It's running an ARM processor. It's an industrial design. It's nice and metal. It's designed to go to police cars and things like that. It also, as you can see here, is running a Linux operating system, running the Amiga operating system, running all the Amiga stuff in here native. Now, this is an interesting device. All of this stuff, now if you're interested in all this stuff, it's all going to work on a lot of different devices. But right now, all you can buy is the SDK. So you can start building applications. So that's what's available on Amazon now.
Let me ask you this, but how is this different from other operating systems like Linux, like Windows?
Well, the idea here is that it's very small. It's only about 3 megs in size, whereas Windows is about 650 megs in size. So it'll run easily, apparently, so they say, and you'll be able to run one application across all these devices and share data and other information.
All right, great. Jim Lauterbach, we appreciate it.
Now, there will be one more thing. There will be more Amiga on screensavers later. Bill McEwen is the CEO. Will be there with even more devices than I have here, talking about the future of Amiga. So that'll be a lot of fun.
Looking forward to that as well.
Screensavers tonight, sure.
All right.
Thank you. I should share with you, the way we got that is Jim and I went out and had triple espressos together. Right? I also will tell you that you guys cannot put this on camera. Right before this, Jim and I go way back many years, and we were in his office, and he also does the Fresh Gear Show, which is all the cool toys. And we started playing with this brand new machine from somebody else, and we broke it. They're like, quick, get the letter opener. You know? But anyway, and the other thing you didn't see, and you people filming, you can't tell, the whole time the gal's kicking him under the table, like, shut up. And they kept going, wrap it up, wrap it up. And he goes, wait, screensaver. So here's the screensavers bit. We hope. There we go.
TheScreensaver.com, it's not just for breakfast anymore. Check out the answers and tips page this week. It's Be Connected, Get Connected week. Have you been thinking to yourself, gosh, I just wish I knew how to get connected? Well, now you can. Find out what you need to get connected on the answers and tips page. It's all at TheScreensaver.com. I know all you Amiga fans have been waiting for with bated breath. Oh, Leo, it's hard to believe that it's been 15 years since the first Amiga burst onto the scene. Sure, some of you probably owned this classic. We got the A1200 here about 6 years ago. This was the last of the Amigas to come off the construction line. What do you call that? The building line? Now, over time, the computer company best known for its multimedia capabilities has slowly slipped into obscurity. Well, in the last couple of years, Amiga decided to come back with a vengeance. The rumors are over. They've shed the hardware. They've got a good business model for the future. Here to tell us all about it is Bill McHugh, President and CEO of Amiga. Welcome to the Screensavers, Bill.
Thanks, Patrick.
So, we got lots of new toys here.
We do.
What's the, how did you end up, you acquired Amiga from Gateway?
From Gateway, right. I actually worked for Gateway for 2 years in the Amiga division. And there was a change, and there was an opportunity, so I offered to buy it, and we did.
Okay, so there's a new vision of Amiga here. So what's Amiga going to be in the future?
Amiga is a multimedia operating system that is focused solely on being the best in the market, whether it be hosted or self-hosted.
Okay.
So we either run directly on hardware ourselves, multiple different chipsets, or we can run within other operating environments.
So you've got small, it's compact, it's platform independent.
Correct.
So actually we got something pretty cool. Is this the Motorola phone?
This is the Motorola Java smartphone.
Okay.
And what we did in order to save time and find a good partner, we got ourselves together with a company called the Tau Group out of Reading, England. And what we're doing is we're basing the new Amiga upon their operating system.
Very cool. So this is the Tau running on the Motorola?
Correct. This is actually the Tau OS operating the Motorola phone. And not only is it operating on it, it is the operating system.
So we take a look at this, we actually have a game running on here.
Correct. This is all Java applications. This is a Java game written running on a 3-MIPS phone.
Wow. So this is incredibly tight. How much memory does this take up?
This phone here has less than 4 megs on the phone itself.
So right now we're actually playing a driving game. Was this actually originally written for the, pardon me while I crash, the Amiga?
Right now for Motorola. What we've done now is we've added a layer to the Tau OS called the Amiga Foundation layer. And with that, people can now build new multimedia games, more fun games, more efficient games, specifically for the phone or for different operating systems and environments.
Very cool. Well, how many platforms at this point are you guys running?
Well, currently we run on this one. This is the Motorola M-Core chip. We operate on PowerPC, x86, RISC, StrongArm, ARM, NEC 850, MIPS, several other chips. Then in a hosted environment, we run on Windows, on Linux, on OS 9, very soon on Palm, Epoch, Itron, and others.
Now, we were talking before, you said there's actually something like 60,000 existing Amiga applications?
Correct. Currently, there are 60,000 applications written for like the A1200, which we have. And all those applications will run on the new OS.
Okay, so actually you'll be able to do that with minimal porting or no porting at all?
Those will be no port because we actually already have called the Amiga emulation layer. And we use that within Linux. It also runs on Windows. We're bringing that now as a port to the new OS.
Okay.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, I was hot. Okay, everyone. We are going to get back on track with our schedule. Thank you, sir. Perfect. So we can be elevated. Camera and light check. I think we have enough lights, have enough cameras. Just need like a little bib. Which one is it? Yeah, those things are awesome. Awesome. I got to get me one. I wore these to my college graduation. Well, I only wear them on very special occasions. And I only graduated from college once, so that sucks. But yeah, I made the pair for Joe Torre. And they got on the cover of the Amazing Amiga magazine. So I made a pair for myself. Just electrical tape and spray paint. The redhead guy, yeah. But we mounted a speaker on the back and like a little pressure plate inside. So when you'd walk, they'd go boing, boing, boing. Okay, so, yes, sir. The receiver's over there, and so, yeah, so we're on this side. Yeah, so that hooks.
I'm not going to pace.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
So that hooks under the ears, around the back. That's it. There you go. Perfect. Then you can move the thing down a little closer to your mouth. Good. And then you can just clip it on your belt. I was doing it on the side with that because we don't have any money, so it's cheap shit. You're good. At the top, I'm going to turn it on.
Okay.
So green is live, and then orange is muted. So one click to mute. One click live. It's not on. You're not on yet, so I'm going to leave it live. You just put it in your pocket.
Okay.
So when we're ready, I'll bring it up.
All right.
Okay.
I don't know what's the correct positioning of this, however.
Probably a little further back.
Further back?
Yeah. It's a very sensitive
Okay,
microphone.
like that?
If you get animated, it might be too loud.
Me? Animated? Me? Loud?
Yeah. Here, if you don't mind, I'll
Yeah,
get a
please
little
mess
personal
around with
you,
it.
so.
Do the
That's
jigglation.
good right there.
Okay, I won't touch it, except yes, I will.
Unless
Soon
I
as
run
you're
up
not
and
looking.
fiddle with your face.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna mess with it.
Oh, I'm in the danger zone.
Hello? Are you hearing me now? All right, so these two prostitutes walk into a bar and I saw one of my favorites just earlier today. I saw it again. I used to have a problem, so I tried floating point, and now I have 1.9999999. So this blind guy walks into a bar and he says, "Ouch." Okay, sorry. Oh, a friend of mine was just staying with me, Marcel. You may know him as Amiga Marcel or Marcel von Clownstick. And his daughter is young, not quite a teenager or just a teenager, learning jokes in English, and started texting him jokes to tell me while we were driving along in the car. And so I got to tell him some of my favorite jokes. She did not know the interrupting cow joke. Does everyone know the knock knock? Interrupting cow. Moo! This is how. See it, but which everyone knows, but not everyone knows the variation. Knock knock. Interrupting coefficient of friction. Moo! Thank you, Jerry. Thank you. Stupid joke. A friend of mine has a theory that every joke has a butt. Every joke has a victim. And I don't know that that's true, but it's real hard to come up with examples where it's not true. Every joke I can think of has, you're making fun of something or someone, some animal or some... The cow. Unimaginative scientists, maybe. Remember when shots used to come in those really hard plastic shot glasses? They're really... It's a prank that I won't do anymore. I can't do it here because I don't have one of them. But it's this prank that I will only do now if I tell you in advance that I'm doing the prank, like I am now, except I don't have one, so I can't actually do it for you. But once I start doing this and once I tell you I'm telling you about this prank that I don't get to do anymore. I've already taken one of those small, short, hard plastic cups and put it back here without you knowing about it. And then I say, I have learned this new technique from my chiropractor. I got this crick in my neck, and it's just amazing. You go like this, and you crush. Whoops.
Super loud, right?
And it's super.
Sounds like you broke every vertebrae.
Oh my God, he's gonna hate me. But it's all on camera. Oh my God, it's so great. So my friend Michael and I are at an airport and our plane's delayed. So we're at the bar at the airport, and as usual, we're entertaining everyone. We're, and there's a whole crew of us, and including the bartender, and they've got the hard plastic cups. And so I'm telling this crew, there's this prank that I used to do that's just so wonderful, but I don't do it anymore because it's so horrifying, because it's just really horrifying, the cracking, crunching sound as I do this with my head is just... So I'm telling these people the whole thing, and I take the cup and I say, before I start even telling you this, I've already got a position back here, so I'm sitting here like this. And I tell them the whole story, and then I do this, and I grab my head and I pull it and I crush the cup. And they're all aghast at how horrible it is, because it is truly a horrible thing to witness. But I'm like stupid and not thinking about it. There's the whole bar here, but next to the bar is a deli. And there's a person that just put in a sandwich order and is standing there waiting for the sandwich order and heard me talk about chiropractor, so turned to look to see what I was saying and saw only that. We thought we were going to have, the person was going to faint. We thought we ran over to grab, it was like, oh, like, I goofed up the microphone. No, it attacked me. I was in the middle of a really good story and it attacked me.
Okay. Do you want to try hooking
No.
it back on, or
It's
did it break?
I got it back on, except I didn't get this positioning correct.
It broke.
It's broken?
It literally is broken.
Okay, will it stay, or do we have to get me a new one?
That's what it gets for attacking.
I broke it? I owe you $3. I'm sorry. I did.
For technical difficulties, we should probably mute that. I'll take it.
Okay.
It's got a little release button.
I was. Yeah, you better go get a few replacements, because
Let me adjust
I don't know how long you plan on me talking, but maybe one for every 20-minute segment. We're not starting yet. Should I go get? I can still go get a soda.
Oh my God! Guess what? So my neck has been really sore, but I found this thing, my chiropractor. I'm gonna go like. Isn't that horrible? I don't know, but I'm dying for water. 95%. And oh, it's American beer. Okay, let's get started. Okay, everyone. So this is Pizza with RJ. We wanted to do something really informal. Unfortunately, I forgot to tell RJ. That's how informal this is. Everyone's had pizza? Yeah. That's good? Yeah. Like it? Yeah, very good. Thank you. Best pizza ever. So this is completely free form and open. Yeah. The minister and master of mischief is up front, and we just goodness, because he like killed himself. I was like, oh my god, yes. Oh, you didn't know it was coming? Yeah! Okay. Who wants the first question to get us kicked off here? Ask RJ. Okay, I will ask the first question. Is it true that you microwave way back when? It's a true story. Is this working? I gotta run back over here. I'll work. I can talk loud enough that everyone can hear me. It's just that it's gonna bust this microphone all to hell. You're good. Go. Okay. Regular? Yeah, regular's fine. Okay. So it's true. We, I was young and stupid, naive. I was really. I had learned enough about cooking just to be
dangerous, and I would thought myself, you know, that I could do fish, and I knew how to do fish. Fish is real hard to do correctly, and it's real easy to stink up the place when you cook fish, man. And there was a time I simply didn't know, but it's true that you should never microwave fish for one real simple reason. When you do, the water in the cells gets energetic and causes the cellular structure to break apart, which not only makes fish mealy, but also releases all of the other stuff that was in there and doesn't smell so good. And I didn't know, and it's true. Once upon a time in Amiga history, I microwaved a piece of fish, and the place stank so bad that I emptied the building. We ended up getting a friend. They had one of those, you know, 4-foot-tall vacuums that you wheel around, set up in the front door of the building to vent the building and everything. It was just horrible. And even better, the reason it happened is because I microwaved it too long. The plastic melted. There was a smell of melting plastic as well as this corroded fish. The whole thing was just horrible, and it really truly evacuated the building. Everyone ran outside until we could vent the place. It was just an amazingly bad smell, but I was humiliated and yet stubborn, was taking on this what, and I sat there and ate that fish, picking the pieces out around the melted bits of plastic. What? Did
you get hit over the head with the bad idea bat after doing that?
Question is, did I get hit in the over the head for the bad idea bat for doing that? And yes, I often got hit over the head with that. Which was true. We had, you might not have seen the pictures. They're out there. One of the delightful bits of news that I get to report here is that I've uncovered a bunch of old Amiga stuff over the last month, and we got an interesting thing we're thinking about doing with it. But one of the things I found is the old picture of Bob Pariseau, holding that bat over us. Bob Parasol's one of those unsung heroes from the Amiga days. There's probably 10, maybe even 15 original Amiga people that just don't ever get any press, and they were instrumental as much as anyone else was in the success of the company. There's this one person we were remembering the other day, Darlene McDonnell, her name was, and she had something to do with accounts payable. I don't know exactly what, but I just know that when the creditors were trying to get money out of us, they'd talk to Darlene, and Darlene somehow managed to put the fire out over and over again, so many times that we called her our official firefighter. We had this little red firefighter's hat that she used to wear around the office and to all the Christmas parties and stuff like that. And we wouldn't have survived if it weren't for her efforts. And yet, you never see her name in print or anything like that. Although you might be able to spot her signature here and there, but I don't believe her signature is on the lid of the Amiga 1000. And that's too bad. But we have a chance to correct all of that someday. Yes, my friend.
Can you tell us about the early Amiga culture, and was there anything that you did to cultivate that culture? And is there any lesson modern startups
Ooh. I'm asked to reflect on early Amiga culture, and are there any lessons that modern startups can learn from that? And that baseball bat thing was not only a kind of, one of the cultural icons of that time, but also of Amiga, because we did resolve a lot of our conflicts that way. And it was never mean, but we did often beat each other with that damn big foam bat, and which is, by the way, in case you don't know the connection, the same foam bat that we used to make the boom sound in the original Boeing demos, that same bat that we used to use to beat each other with. And it reflected, I think, one of the things that's getting lost more and more in the companies that I've done over the years, especially the bigger the company, the farther away you get from that sense of camaraderie, that intimacy. And it was an intimacy where, we knew the names of one another's pets, and you didn't have to ask about dietary considerations when you're inviting someone over for dinner. You knew already. And it was, that kind of closeness with each other. And part of that, I believe, came out of the fact that, we had that, many of us had that driving force behind us, that we weren't doing it for the money. We're doing it for something bigger, some more noble undertaking on our parts. And I think that's a quality that's been lost in later efforts I was part of, that kind of humility, that kind of acceptance, and no one was trying to get ahead, no one was ever trying to advance your career and worried about promotions or any of that stuff. It was just a bunch of wacky people who were on a mission together. And like I point to 3DO as an example of the Amiga operating system done right, the Amiga hardware platform done right, where we learned all of the mistakes with the Amiga, and we refused to make those mistakes again from day one. The things that we took for granted before we didn't. With the 3DO, and I love what we did with the 3DO because of that, because it was really like a more mature take on that same sort of energy, that same sort of feel, that thing we tried to create together originally. But 3DO was a big business effort. It was with, big money behind it and big names, and we were all a decade older or whatever it was, and knew a lot more, had a lot more experience, got it right, Some of the stuff, one of the pleasant announcements I get to make is someone just found a copy of the 1.1 source code in his Amiga stuff, and And I'm embarrassed to put it out there because I remember what kind of a programmer I was back then. But I don't care. I don't care. And I guess I don't care about any of that stuff at all because that lovely, wonderful, heartfelt thing that was the Amiga from the beginning is still the Amiga now, still to this day with the kind of people that contribute to it. And this little announcement I have to make, which I think this is a nice time. I'll tell you my little announcement. So I went dug in Dale's warehouse, and I've been cleaning my house. Those of you who know me, I did a big remodel of my downstairs just before my big birthday party half a decade ago now, and gathered a lot of Amiga stuff together for that. And now I got to get out of Dale's warehouse, and there's a whole new big wonderful bunch of Amiga stuff that came out of that. And I've got all this old Amiga stuff of mine, and it's finally gathered all together in one place. Including fun stuff like I used to do this going around the world, giving telling the story of the making of the Amiga, and to Amiga user groups all around the world. I used to tell the story. I spent about a year and a half after I was out of Amiga just doing that just for fun, just telling people such cool demos that we did on the Amiga. The niftiest of them all was this one called Fire, where it was work and they would
But my question is, what's your take on modern technology? You know, a lot of us in the Amiga community talk about the Amiga having a soul back in the alley, a personal feeling of attachment. Is there anything out there today that's even close to that, touches on that? What do you feel about modern technology that direction?
What's your name? Doug started out by pointing out I got a stain on my shirt here. I'm sorry that I'm ruining things here. and not just the 3DO, but I will even lump the links in there. Not just the Amiga, but I would even lump the links in there. The 3DO less so. The 3DO doesn't have a lot of love out there. There's some, but not a lot. The IBM PC, you don't find societies. Dreamcast has people get together, but you don't see what we see with the Amiga. You don't see it. You don't see this energy, and it's all around the world. People that just keep loving on this machine, and I like the links too, very much, and I love the community, and there's still a lot of people that are working hard in developing games for that. And I've decided, I did this game that I had worked on earlier, 10 years ago, and I had it running on Android and on the iPhone, but I've decided since then that if I ever do another game at all, it's at least going to have an Amiga copy and a Lynx copy, and I'll get a 3DO copy out there as well, just because. I have to. But the Lynx and the Amiga both had that from the beginning. That the energy. I really don't know how to describe it, except that it feels in my heart like it comes out of that you want to do it, that you love to do it, not that you're trying to find a way to stay alive and make money off of it. That edge that you get when you got to figure out how to tap into civilization and get them to give you, the bucks you need to stay in your apartment this month. It feels so separate from the energy that we had at Amiga, where it was so much for the love of it, for the drive of doing that coolness. Well, okay, I can't talk about 3DO, about Google, but I'll reflect a little bit on Sony. Everything that we did at Sony was, from beginning to end, from word one, it was all about making money. Are we going to be able to if we work on this technology, will we be able to leverage it into a way that makes money for Sony? If we do this stuff, you know, will it help developers? And because we help developers, it's going to help Sony. There was so little of, oh my God, look at how cool these you know, the SPUs are. What the hell can we use it for? Let's go have some fun and invent stuff. You know, the energy that's like behind the Dux demo of the PS3. Have you ever seen the Dux demo? Do you know what that is? So the PlayStation line has had a Dux demo around forever, and they showed a duck on the PlayStation on water and leaving a ripple on water, and people are like, well, holy moly, look at that, you know, an actual duck on water. And then on the PlayStation 2, they had multiple ducks on water, and each duck is leaving its own ripples in the water, and the ripples are overlapping, and people are like, my God, look at this, you can't believe it. And PlayStation 3 had the duck demo, and the duck comes out it drops into a sink, and it's really amazing, and this duck's floating around in the sink, and you can drive it around, and it's really, I mean, the ripples and everything are just gorgeous. And you know, so where's the second duck? Where's the third duck? You know, how awesome it is. And it's like they have this giant funnel of ducks off camera up above, and they just open the valve, and like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of ducks come out, and they're splashing out of the sink, and they're jostling over each other, and it's, you know, just a breathtaking demonstration of the strength of the PlayStation 3. And I never got a chance to meet the person who invented that demo. But that's the person I want working at my company, is the person that has, you know, that kind of drive, that kind of spirit. But, you know, I've been contemplating a lot of options in my own life and what's going to happen next. And one of the things I've been thinking about is what it would be like to do another startup today. Well, you know, how would that work, and what's it like out there? And even though I've got cool ideas, I don't know how much people want anymore, can afford anymore, or willing to take the chances anymore. I don't know what the spirit is, what the mood is out there for people taking those kinds of chances. And if they're, you know, the startups that I know pay you almost nothing, you know, you get paid pennies, and what you're doing is you're hoping in the long-term success of the equity in the company that you have, you know, and that's, you're working not to make a buck, but you're working to accomplish something, to improve something. And that's what I've done my whole life. Every startup I've ever done, with the exception of 3DO, the NTG thing. Every other thing has been with the intention of doing something noble, something grand. 3DO was about making money. The whole NTG thing was about making money. But doing it the right way, making money the right way, but still. And I don't know if you could anymore. This is my dilemma. This is a thing I simply don't know. Are there still the kinds of things we had back in Amiga days, where we could get someone like Ron Nicholson or Dave Needle to you know, take a pay cut and come give a chance at some gigantically, magnificently cool thing that we're trying to accomplish, where we're trying to change the world for everyone? I don't know. I don't know that it's out there anymore. But I'm kind of hoping that if there's anyone that could inspire people to come and try such a thing, it might be me. I might be able to pull that off. Well, we'll see. I have some serious talking to do with some serious friends. Yes, please.
Hi, I'm Jerry. Not the Jerry, the other Jerry. Everything you're saying kind of leads around my question about the soul of Amiga, what's so exciting. One of the things that draws me into retro is not only from my childhood, but people trying to figure out what to do with these machines, and incredible things were happening, weird things were happening. You look at the landscape today, and everything's cookie cutter. You know, like in games, I've got a shooter game, I've got an
So the question is, what's out there pulling me in today that really grabs me? That's really cool, and I want to do that. I'm done with consoles for the time being, but I still believe there's such huge potential there, not in the console sense, but in the smaller sort of scale sense of having good game consoles in everyone's home, and everyone can have a rich experience. And I don't know what that means. Consoles built into TVs, modular things, upgrade over time. I don't really know. I don't know, but I believe that there's that the revolution that we've seen over the last 50 years, everything getting smaller, everything's fitting in your pocket, becoming more personalized all the time. That's where it's going to be at, is our experiences becoming more and more personalized. The real big problem that everyone has with personalization right now is theft and security. You can't make something personal without keeping a record, and you can't keep a record without having it open to security problems and theft. And so, I would love to give you exactly the web browsing experience you want, exactly the mail experience you want. But I'm afraid that if someone hacks and gets that data about you, that, it's going to be a bad thing for you, because you want your security, you want your privacy. But I think we're going to overcome that in every imaginable way. Part of it's going to be the fact that we'll get better at security, we'll get better at biometrics and stuff like that, I believe. But I also, I can't tell you how many young people, when I talk with them about, are you okay with the fact that every time you use a web browser, every time you use Gmail, or every time you use an email program, someone's listening, someone's recording, and then, every time you look up something on a store, now suddenly getting ads from that same product? Are you okay with that? Are you okay with them, invading your privacy that way? And all the young people I know say, yeah, sure. What? You mean, you're asking me, am I okay with getting 1 minute of highly targeted ads instead of 10 minutes of random ads? Yes. And what am I losing? What privacy am I losing? I'm okay with that. And I don't know how you feel about that statement, but the thing that I've learned over and over again is it's all going to change. It's always changing. And finally, the old farts will die out, and the younger people and the way they want it to be will become the way things are. And it's always changing. It's always going to happen. And security may come, may go. I don't know. But that is forever going to be one of the big roadblocks to us making big progress, is all of the chaos and all of the bad actors that are out there. And the well-known rule in security, which is when you're on the good guy's side of the equation, you have a practically infinite number of holes to plug. But if you're on the bad side of the equation, all you're looking for is just one. All you need is one, not an infinite number of them. And it's an impossible problem to solve. I'll tell you a story out of school. I shouldn't tell you this, but I'm going to. This is confidential information from back. We did a system called the Red Jade it was the Sony PSX, the handheld Sony system, about 4 years before Sony came out with theirs. We were working on ours. And there's I can't remember the name of the company now, Deep Blue or Sirius Blue or something like that. It was a collection of security people that had half come out of some microsystems and the other half came out of the NSA. And we had meetings with them about the security for this Red Jade system that we were building. And I mean, these are like meetings where the conference room was wood and the walls were made out of copper. I mean, it was just amazing conferences we had with these people. to try to avoid things like middle-in-the-man attacks, because we wanted to have you buy a piece of software and have it bound to your system so you could buy it, but you couldn't give a copy away to someone else and all this. And we went around and around with these people, and we paid them a lot of money over a number of months. And the answer was, nope, no way to, finally, no real honest-to-God way to stop it. The only serious way that they ever found to stop it was an economic one. Make it so expensive that it's going to take a major player to have the equipment to bust the security, to find the way around the security. And then it's a major enough player that it'll make it worth your while to go after the major player, you know, legally and try to get it to stop that way. But yep, security never. No, but I almost hate to say this, but I'll say it anyway because I believe it. I think that AI is what's going to be the most interesting and fascinating, best thing for humanity that's coming at us. I'm so terrified by so many things about AI. So many things, not just the privacy and the security, not just the singularity, and I stay awake at night thinking about the singularity, that like, oh my God, that really could happen, couldn't it? And I also, I don't know how much you follow of any of the stuff that's going on with machine learning right now, but one of the big controversies out there is that all of the machine learn models use data. And if they use that data without the consent of the people who created the data, now we're in, you know, thin ice territory. And for me, I don't know. I don't know where all of that's going to go. And I'm not talking about that stuff. I'm not talking about the tricks that they're doing right now. And by the way, just to get my own coined phrase in the zeitgeist here, I call them clever parrots. All of these things that we see now, the words where they're creating beautiful graphics. A year ago it was hallucinating dog heads into paintings and stuff like that. All of that collectively I call clever parrot. Getting more clever every year, better and better, but still nothing more than a parrot. It's not thinking, it's just putting patterns together, and it's doing it magnificently well, but it's not that stuff. But I think real AI-oriented stuff is coming at us where our AI will be able to learn how to be better for us, how to improve our lives, and not just in the you know, the kind of obvious stuff that you might think about, turning lights on and off and playing the kind of music you might want at some time of day and stuff like that. But I envision a world where AI is able to work with you all the time to change your everyday experiences in ways that you want, including, you know, I don't know what it means, but systems like a game that can adapt itself using AI to know that, you know, you don't like the colors, or you want something more than just a side scroller or too many paywalls. You know, something like that we'll even be able to work with that stuff and customize and make things better for ourselves. And I just at Google am in the process of moving over to this group called Brain, which is the part of its job is to make life better for people by finding ways to apply technology to it. And I don't know what any of that means, but it's like right up my alley. That's where I think in that direction. And if I don't stay at Google and I go try to do stuff of my own, it's going to be in that direction where I want to work on ideas probably in the AI space that move our happiness forward, that move our enjoyment of life forward, and make things better for ourselves. Yes, please.
Continue with that thought. With the AI evolution on a technology roadmap, that you have some lineage in this, have an Oppenheimer moment, where it goes from being an altruistic benefit to humanity to the singularity, to the Terminator moment, to the, there's a point where you and your cohorts are carrying that, and yeah, there's I'm sure generational handoff, but you're carrying it to that point. How does that keep you awake at night?
The Oppenheimer moment, and it's funny and how do I feel about it? Does it keep me awake at night? And also, how much am I inspired by like that? I didn't join Amiga thinking from the beginning, we're going to change the world, and I wasn't quite that noble in the beginning. And in the beginning, it was just a fun thing to work on, just such a cool thing. You might have heard me tell the story before. The short version of it is, when I was interviewing at Amiga, all of the suits told me that we're working on a game system, and then I'd go back and I'd meet with the engineers, and I could see from the drawings on the whiteboard that they were doing a whole computer. They weren't doing just a game system. But they chuckled about it. Yeah, we're hiding it from the others, and they were hiding it from the others, and I wanted to be part of something like that. I wanted to be in a place where people goofed around and invented such cool stuff, and even did pranks with each other, and although I found out later, by the way, that story is only partially true, because there were people like Dave Morse, who was the president of the company and who was an electrical engineer before he got into marketing. And so when he saw all the little extra features that were drawn on the whiteboard and hidden with, like KBD instead of the word keyboard, he knew what they were talking about. But it's something that occurred to many of us inside as we were going along, that we did have this chance to do something bigger, something better, something more meaningful than just having fun, making a toy and goofing around. And I think that's the thing that I love the most about Amiga, and that I would like to try to get back again if I ever did another startup. That strange melange of, we were so naive and idealistic and happy and unjaded, so unjaded that we thought we could do stuff like that. So unjaded that Dale, seconds before they went to tape out, proposed line draw, and they put it in anyway, just even though it was like, madness, and anyone with half a brain would have yelled, no, don't do that, but we did it. That spirit, that crazy inventor, happy, joy, madness. That I could get that back again someday. Any other questions? Yes. I got to admit, it's getting hard to hear because of the noise next door. Could you say it again, please? The question is, while we were developing the Amiga, was there anything we wished that we had done that we didn't do? And only two, in terms of hardware. because there's a big software one, which is the disk operating system, the DOS of the machine. I'm so happy we have any DOS at all. Don't ever get me wrong about this. I sing Tim's praises to the end of days because he was there and their technology there, and the Amiga wouldn't have launched without it. But boy, if it had been better, the Amiga would have been more of a contender. But in terms of hardware, I think the two biggest flaws, one we didn't realize until way later, until it was way too late, which was the need for MIDI. Well, there's two of those, the need for MIDI, and we came so close to being NTSC broadcast quality signal, but we fell just short, and because we fell just short, a lot of television stations wouldn't use the Amiga because it wasn't exactly broadcast quality. So we lost out on a lot of opportunities with that too. But we also didn't know that until it was way too late. The one that we knew, because we realized it in early debugging and testing, and we gnashed our teeth and beat our breasts that we hadn't done it, but it was way too late. But we knew we were screwed, was memory management. We didn't have a memory manager in the system, and so that meant that any bozo could write to memory location 0 anytime you wanted to and bring the whole system down just by writing to memory location 0. And nothing we could do to stop it. It was an instant death for the computer. And we knew it. We knew it all along that we had screwed up, but it was way too late to even consider adding a memory management unit to the hardware. Not to mention the cost. The cost would have made it prohibitive as well. But oh, we would have saved ourselves so many headaches if we had done that correctly. Anything else? Yes, please.
This particular topic has been of debate yesterday and this morning so far. We haven't really built a consensus yet. My question to you is, how do you feel about somebody bringing a bunch of Atari stuff to an Amiga show?
So I understand I'm being invited to stick my foot into a hornet's nest here. There's some ridiculous question about bringing Atari stuff to an Amiga show. I don't understand. No, really, is that there's some fun going on, Atari stuff here? Oh, you know, the whole Atari Amiga thing. We all knew each other, and as engineers, and we're very fond of each other, and admired one another's technology quite a bit. It was all the marketing and the users and stuff like that that had the real battles about it. And I'm regarding the whole Atari Amiga thing. I think it's fine. Oh, come on, it's fine. It's all old-timey stuff. Bring it all together. Absolutely. And I'm happy to admit two things. One, the Atari was clearly the superior machine with like its built-in MIDI. But in all other ways, the Amiga was clearly the superior machine. And so I don't mind if there's a little Atari stuff around here. Just having some fun. No, I meant it.
Do you know how many, when you guys started Amiga, how many people were still left at Atari from the days of, say, Minor Eve and all that? Or had those people already all moved on from Atari?
The questions about how many Atari people were still at Atari during Amiga and stuff like that, and I frankly don't know. I know, I never actually studied the Atari architecture too much, but people who have and who know tell me that the Amiga is like, you know, next generation Atari done right and stuff like that, and with a lot better features than what the earlier Atari hardware had. But that's all I know. In terms of people who came, who went, you know, we didn't know, and the lawyers were putting a lot of awe and respect for the law into us, and so we did a lot of not looking at what other people were doing and staying away from anything official. And like, for example, when I started doing the user interface, almost right away I got word from one of the lawyers, whatever you do, do not look up patents for user interfaces because they don't want you to know, and stuff like that. And so, yeah, I did the Amiga user interface completely in the blind. I had seen user interfaces, especially the one that was on the Sun at the time that I really liked, but I had to completely black box that whole thing so that I'd be able to prove at some point in the future that I hadn't used anything else, that I'd just used my own technology. And I got a patent out of the deal too. Yes, please. Yeah, so the question is about when you use the right mouse button on the Amiga to bring a drop-down menu, and it's got multiple menu options. This is one of the not often used features of the Amiga interface, is that you can select multiple options from the drop-down menu, and they'll be executed then in the order that you select them. And that is, in fact, one of the things I got a patent for, was being able to do that. It's hard for me to believe that two things. One, that there's still, that there was still any space left to get patents with any of this stuff, that people hadn't already grabbed all of it. But I've kind of risen and fallen with the importance of patents over the years. Sometimes, made me some money. Sometimes, oh man, seriously got in the way of advancements in the industry. Do you know the operation called exclusive OR? When you do it in memory, it will. When you do it in graphic memory, they use that operation exclusive OR to create a pointer on the screen. No matter what the color is on the screen, you're creating the inverse of it with this exclusive OR operation. And there is someone out there that has a patent for that operation of making something visible on a display by taking the pixel and doing an exclusive OR of it. And the case that's called out in the patent is exactly a cursor, that you could show where a cursor is by exclusive ORing the memory to indicate. And I know about this because I've been called 3 times now as an expert witness in trials about this particular patent, including how the Amiga itself violated this particular patent. Yeah, Dale and I are people that the lawyers both absolutely love and absolutely hate, because in our warehouses we have all this old documentation and source listings and just the kind of stuff that the lawyers are, could either absolutely love or absolutely hate. I had one sheet of paper that completely stopped a lawsuit back. I had one sheet of paper that proved that the Lynx was going to do infrared multi-unit communications, and that we had it working in the lab once, that it wasn't just the documentation that we had that said this is what we're going to have someday, but I had one sheet of paper that was an email that told the truth, that it had actually worked once in the lab one day, and it completely defeated this patent lawsuit against infrared, multiplayer stuff. So bizarre that all the other documentation didn't matter, but the lawyers hope that there's someone like RJ with that one sheet of paper out there. Which I particularly don't care about one way or the other, except I hate the way the patents get in the way of progress in the industry. But what I have learned, if you don't know this yet, is that law firms pay ridiculous amounts per hour for expert witnesses. And when you tell the law firm, yeah, but I've got like 8 or 9 boxes of papers in my garage, and I'm going to have to go through this, and you're going to have to pay me this, absolutely ridiculous amount of money per hour. They say, okay. This is what I've learned being an expert witness. Yeah, there was a while there that was paid for my kids to go through school, I'll tell you what. Although the most money I've ever made professionally per hour was with an Amiga game called Defender of Crown. Ask me for that story sometime if you want to hear it. I'm not, Defender of the Crown. I'm not gonna say it on camera here, but. No, somebody go get me another shot of this bourbon, and I'll tell you that story. Use one of the hard plastic ones. I'll tell you the joke again. Okay, who can I get to go get me some more bourbon? Everyone's nodding yes, but no one's actually doing it. Yay! Any other questions? Yes, please. Speaking of patents, the question is, did I ever patent the tic-tac-toe playing computer that I built when I was 14 years old? It's a funny story. The answer is no. The short answer is no, I never patented it. I probably would be mortified if we ever found it again. Oh, cheers. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So the very first version of my tic-tac-toe playing game, I sat down with pads of paper and figured out every possible tic-tac-toe game, and then figured out the logic circuits to know every computer answer to every possible position that it might find itself in a tic-tac-toe game, and memorialized that in actual, well, not silicon, but they were relays, electromagnetic relays that I was running off of D batteries, and I had this whole board filled with these electromagnetic relays, and had, by wiring them together correctly, created the logic that represented each and every possible position on a game, and then stopped and thought about it after I had done that. I only did that one on paper. Stopped and thought about it and realized that tic-tac-toe games have reflections and, rotations and stuff, and realized there's actually very few actual tic-tac-toe games when you take that into account. And so I designed that in Logic and built that one. I actually built that one with electromagnetic relays on a board, and it had a bank of 9 light bulbs and a bank of switches that you would flip to indicate which move you wanted to make. And it would play tic-tac-toe, and it never lost, of course. It would never lose the game against you, but it would play this tic-tac-toe game against you, and it was, so it was grossly inefficient. It was a whole board full of these electromagnetic relays that were running off these D batteries, and one of the lessons I learned early as a kid is how fast you can go through D batteries and how expensive they are and how much your father won't replace them for you. I learned all of those rules real early and on with it. But I was so proud of it that I had managed with my own hands to build this thing that was played with that. But I guess it's the thing that I probably loved the most about it was it wasn't the joy that I got making it was, but it was the sound when you'd flip one of the switches. these electromagnetic relays, the signal would propagate across the relays. And I wasn't smart enough to have like a clock signal or anything like that. It was just all instantaneous. And you'd flip a switch, and it would be sort of like wind blowing through hay. You know that? It would be just like, oh, it was so awesome. It was like, this is, if this characterizes me. The stuff, the relays and the playing tic-tac-toe, that was cool, and I loved that, but it was that sound. When I was a kid, I still remember the first record player that we had with the first album. It was a Beatles album, and it was the very first Beatles album. And I remember everyone else sitting there mesmerized by the music, but we had it in our back porch where the sun was coming in through the window, and I was seeing this spectral reflection off of the surface, and that's what I was paying attention to, and everyone's like, oh, the Beatles, yeah, yeah, yeah. And I'm like, wow, what's causing this? What's causing rainbow here? I gotta understand, why is there rainbow here? That's the story of my life in that one little story right there. Why is there rainbow here? I should name my book that. I've decided if I do actually get a stone carved out to mark my passage on this planet someday, I've decided finally the thing that I want carved onto that, the quote from me that I want carved onto that stone. I want it to say, in quotes, "It's a funny story. Ask me sometime." I don't know, can I keep going? I don't know if am I stepping on someone else or something here? Any more questions? Okay. Do you have a question?
I do actually, but I'll make an announcement real quick. So we did lose the internet stream for the good part where you're talking about your vision of like of coming together and like generating money and raffle and all that.
Oh.
Or the auction. So
too bad.
That did not leave this room yet. It is on Robert's camera.
Cool.
So we'll
Twice.
So Robert will upload that. We did fix the stream. The hotel got a little angry because we were constantly sending like 8 megabits per second, and we were kind of plugged in directly into the router outbound. So they shut down our port hard. Sorry, guys. But we're on a Wi-Fi hotspot that Zach donated to us for here. It's just amazing. He's like, he was talking to Alex Perez. He's like, I happen to have a Wi-Fi hotspot that's industrial business class in my car with an Ethernet port. Okay, welcome to AmiWest. I'm like, go get it. So anyway, we're back online. You have more time. Do you guys still want RJ, or should we give him a break?
Yeah.
Okay. The next thing, no, you can keep going, but like maybe 3 o'clock, maybe a little 2:45, so another half hour. I'll let you finish.
I'm
and
still
then I'll
hoping
do
to get some of
announcements.
that pizza at some point here.
Oh, there's actually a ton of pizza left.
I'm just kidding.
We'll get it
I'm just
for you.
kidding.
Okay, so maybe about another 20, 30 minutes? Okay?
So that's one of the funny stories from my Sony days. I had a person that reported to me then had a product that was being sold online, and this person was trying to get the rating higher by having more hits on the page. This is early days of Google stuff. And this employee was trying to get the hit rate up higher to get the product to get a higher ranking in on the pages. And so when the employee went out to lunch, before, this employee took a book. And I don't know the PC that well, but there's like F12 is refresh of a web page or something like that. He put up the web page of his product and took this book and leaned it against the monitor with the tip leaning on the F12 page, the F12 key, so it would keep refreshing his page over and over again to get the bump count up high so he'd be higher in the ranking system. And it went on for about 20, 25 minutes until Google got pissed off about it and blocked Sony's IP. We came back from lunch to find that Google had blocked Sony's IP. If that was a pleasant afternoon in my career at Sony, I'll tell you what. I shouldn't tell you his name. Fred! No, it wasn't Fred. It wasn't Fred. Yes, please.
Commodore went down, right? What you got from the factory, from the offices, the last day that you left and why?
Commodore went down. What did people grab from the building and why? Oh, sadly, I wasn't there. I was already long gone. And I had already taken what I wanted out. And there was so much more that if I knew it was going to happen, I would have gotten out there. But in many cases in my life with the companies that got shut down, they did it in the middle of the night without telling people. Williams Electronics, where we did all those absolutely awesome arcade games, and they did all those pins and stuff like that. They, gosh, it's decades ago now. But they shut down the whole operation, and they did it in the middle of the night. They took all of that stuff, not just all the prototypes and all the cool stuff, the art that the artists had hanging on the walls and in the cabinets, the prototype art for Joust and all of that stuff. They scooped it all up and threw it in dumpsters in the middle of the night, didn't tell anyone until it was all gone. My God, I couldn't believe it. When I heard that, and it was when I was still at Amiga when that happened, I became this pack rat. I started collecting all of this stuff because I've always been afraid since then that they're going to throw away the good stuff and that I would lose, you know, some of that stuff. Fortunately, it's not just me. Not just me. I don't hold a cale to people like Dale Luck. Dale Luck's, oh my God, that guy. But you know, he and I both are suffering the same problem. We've got so much good stuff that the museums are done. They're full. And so now what do we do with it? And like I said, I have this idea. I'd love to go around the world with it and let people actually touch it. How cool would it be, instead of hearing about an Agnes stack, to actually touch an Agnes stack? Would be so nifty. But I especially like the idea, if collectors want it. The part I don't know, so I don't know if collectors really want this stuff enough to pony up some dough for it. They might not. They might not care enough for it. We'll find out. If not, it's going back into my attic or something else like that. So I said to Dale, I said, oh, so you got to get out of this warehouse, you know, and I'm using this opportunity. I'm cleaning house. I'm going to keep maybe a little bit of it, but most of it I'm either going to sell or give away, or we'll do this auction or something. I'm cleaning house. I'm fixing up my life. I'm clearing up my life. What are you going to do? Dale says, well, I'm going to get another warehouse closer to my home and just move everything over there. It's like, dude, are you kidding? I love Dale so. He's so awesome. Dale, here's a story you probably don't know. I moved out to California from Chicago, and it was so weird. It was really weird. My family did scare me. They managed to spook me about how different, how strange, how odd it was going to be. And I was a real fish out of water. I was just really, you know, what does any of this really mean? And it was even weirder for me. You might not know, I gave up smoking cigarettes when I drove across country to join Amiga. I had been a cigarette smoker before, and then I wasn't when I got there, and so I'm a fish out of water. I can't go and have a cigarette and calm myself down and all of that. And it was Dale to my rescue. Dale was from Wisconsin, and I was from Illinois. We were both Midwestern people, and Dale, if you've ever met Dale, the Wisconsin has never left Dale. Dale is still as gruff and plain speaking and unshaven as he ever was the whole time I've known him. If you want to see what a California homeless person looks like, go look at Dale. Such an awesome human being. Any other questions? Yes, please. I don't like to really slam them on purpose. They did me wrong, and I didn't like it, and so I kind of tried to scrub that whole story out of my history, and I digitally took my name out of the art in the game itself. So if you go play the game, my name's not there. But I couldn't stop them from putting my name on the box, and so it's on the box, but it's not in the game. They were just jerks. I don't want to name names and stuff, but they were just jerks to me. And I was young, I was naive, and they took advantage of me being young and naive, and they screwed around with the wrong person. But there was so much that was fun and awesome when that game was under development. I can't find it anymore. I wonder if one of the Amiga archivists could find it. It might be on the discs at my house right now. Oh, it almost for sure is on the discs at my house right now. When we were developing Defender of the Crown, I was not just developing that game, but I had created an underlying game system that you could use to create a bunch of games on and give me another plot, another work of art and music and stuff, and we'll create a new game, new logic. And one of the parts that I was developing, oh my God, I can't believe I'm going to tell you this story. This is a sexist story, I'm sorry, but it's true. One of the demos that I had created that I sent to my masters at CinemaWare as proof that I was making progress on the development, I created a demo that showed that my game engine was now able to respond to mouse clicks, and I wanted to show them. It wasn't in there yet, and the way that I created a demo that showed it responding to mouse clicks, and the demo that I sent to my masters at CinemaWare. If you know the game Defender of the Crown, there's this beautiful moment in the game when you and the princess that you're trying to save are walking toward each other on the screen. In this case, you're portrayed as a male, and the princess is portrayed as a female, which is important to the story. And as you're walking toward each other in the animation that they gave me, I created an extra animation that would work when you clicked on the mouse. I just wanted to see if it would work, and I was testing animation and all relative positioning and stuff like that. And I had this like pinkish sort of tube come out from the guy, sort of at waist level, sort of extending toward her, sort of. And as he walked, it was testing the relative positioning. It was supposed to move with him and grow longer still. And the more you click the button. And my friends at CinemaWare admitted once that this demo escaped out into the Amiga community. It's supposedly out there somewhere. If anyone ever finds it, I'd love to see it again. Yes, please.
We're live streaming on YouTube, and there's a couple questions.
Oh, good.
The first one is, did you consider the 6810 instead of the 68,000? And the second is, let's see, can you please tell the joke with the two prostitutes who go to a bar? Answer whichever one you want.
6810 didn't exist when we made the Amiga. The easy answer to that one is it simply didn't exist. 68,000, we knew that more were coming, but it simply didn't exist. And that's a shame, because that was just an awesome processor. It was even better than 68,000, but man, my heart of hearts goes with the 68,000. Oh, I love that processor so. I used to know every opcode, the cycle count for every opcode, and oh God, it was just so wonderful. But yeah, no, 68,000 didn't exist. And sorry, I've completely forgotten the second half of your question.
He said, can you tell the joke about the two prostitutes who walked into a bar?
Yeah, I'm just kidding. The truth is that's my go-to one-liner joke when I don't really have a joke to tell. I say, so these two, but I do know a couple of walks into a bar jokes. There's let's see, was it the first mathematician walks into a bar and he says, I'll have one beer. And the second mathematician walks up to the bar and says, I'll have a half a beer. And the third mathematician walks up to the bar and says, I'll have a quarter of a beer, an eighth of a beer, a 16th of a beer. And finally the bartender says, screw all you guys, here's 2 beers. And that's a math joke. You gotta kind of, shut up. Okay, here's a math joke for you. Okay, here's a fun joke. My stepfather, Gene Canfield, died a bazillion years ago now. It was real sad. He was a brilliant scientist, science at Lawrence Livermore Labs. The guy was just genius guy. And half the people that were at his little funeral party that we had were family and friends and stuff like that. But fully the other half were fellow scientists from the lab, the real serious, full-on geeky scientists. And they asked me to say a speech at his memorial service, and I opened with I really realized that Gene Canfield was dead the other day when I first heard a joke, that when I heard it, I said, oh God, I gotta call Gene and tell him this joke right now, and realized he was gone and I couldn't call him up and tell him that joke. And I said, I'd tell you that joke right now, but I gotta warn you, it's a real geeky science joke. You sure? And everyone's like, yeah, tell us a joke. So I told him the joke, which is this. I said, I got one of those, wait, let me make sure I get it right. I got one of those new Heisenberg cars. Oh, it's really great, but the only problem is every time I look at the speedometer, I get lost. So it's like kind of a math science joke there. You get the idea. Okay, fine.
Did they like it?
Well, the Lawrence Livermore people laughed a lot at it. They thought it was great, but the family's like, what's that mean? Never mind, I'm not going to try to explain it. I know Good Racy walked into the bar joke, but maybe I better tell that one off camera too. To remind me, it's the guy walks into a bar and he's looking sad, he's looking glum, he's looking morose, and he's got a brown grocery bag with him, which he sets down on the bar. Remind me to tell you that joke. He sits down on the bar and the bartender says, why are you so glum, chum? Why so blue? The guy says, oh man, you'd be blue if you had the troubles I had. Bartender says, what? What troubles? He says, let me show you, he says. He stands up and he reaches into this grocery bag and he rustles around for a second. And he comes out with a grand piano, a full grand piano, a little miniaturized small one, which he sets down on the bar and he reaches in, he grabs a little stool. He says, the bartender says, this makes you sad? This is incredible. Remind me to tell you this joke later. It's really great. Bartender says, what makes you sad? This is incredible. The guy says, wait for it. Wait for it, he says. He stands up again, he reaches in, he rustles around in the bag. He pulls out a person, an actual person that's moving, animated, wearing a tuxedo with the tails and everything like that, about a foot tall or so, sets the person in front of the stool. The person sits down, does the tails behind this bench thing, and sits down at the piano and starts to rip off some Rachmaninoff like you've never heard. It's just amazing. It's beautiful. The bartender says, this is what's making you sad? The guy says, wait for it. He reaches into the bag, he rustles around for a second. He comes up with this brass lamp. You know, the kind you rub and a genie comes out and grants you your wishes? And he shows it to the bartender. He says, what's that? The guy says, it's one of those brass lamps where you give it a rub and a genie comes out and grants you your wishes. The bartender says, can I try it? And the guy says, sure, help yourself. So the bartender takes the lamp, he rubs it, and a genie comes out. And the genie says, your wish is my command. And the bartender says, really? Looks at the guy says, the bartender says, I don't know, $1 million? I wish for $1 million. And the genie says, your wish is my command. Poof. And suddenly, the bar is filled with ducks. Ducks everywhere, ducks flying, ducks, pooping on the benches, ducks everywhere, feathers getting in people's mouths. The bartender says, "What the hell? Get these ducks out of here." He says to the guy, "Why are all these ducks here? What the hell's wrong? How come these ducks are here?" And the guy says, "Oh, you think I asked for a 12-inch pianist?" And with that, I think my time's probably over. Oh my God. Thank you. This was a lot of fun. What here?
Let's get this off. Okay, everyone. A couple of quick announcements. Who has their raffle tickets? Not all the hands. So go see the set. Get your. If you haven't paid for your banquet, please do that. We still have some pizza if you're after some food. We're going to start back here in about a half hour, 3:15, with Stefan talking about the development efforts on his one SCSI card. And you can, yeah. Is it cutting out? Oh, the people are standing in front of the, it's the whiskeys in front of the wires, sorry. So, trying to think if there's any other critical announcements. Oh, food donations. If you've taken any of the food along the edge here, there's a little donation bucket for the drinks and the food. If you've put stuff in there for people to take, thank you. And that's it. Please enjoy the show, and we'll pick back up the next seminar at 3:15.
That looks loud and laggy. So, for my friends on IRC, can you tell me how this sounds? Or YouTube or Discord or Homing Pigeon, or tell someone in the show floor to come smack me. So the next feature we're going to do is the show remote. And I'll show you what I do. Okay, so now I'm back to the. You can hear me again. You can hear me. Okay. So we're going to go mobile. Bear with me. I am going to change the camera in real time. So that doesn't turn around. This is AmiWest. I can't do triple. So unfortunately, I don't have access to the YouTube chat or the other stuff from the mobile rig.
Hold on. So three things going on at the same time. How they do that? And I said, I can't believe these two at the same time.
It's going. I lost it. It literally took. And now started using Okay, this should be back now. So I will try to keep an eye on the screen and see if it's a problem. Okay, so we are going to start.
See that he's going to see it's working. It's now for 75.
So we're going to start with the Bill Clay Memorial items for sale. So these are items from our dear departed member, Mr. Bill Clay. There was a lot more items earlier. This is from his collection. He passed away earlier this year. He will definitely be missed. Those who are frequent AmiWest will remember Bill with the the British kind of capped. And those who showed up to the show will remember Bill was fond of whiskey. Okay, Blaze is telling me the audio is weird. Hopefully it's not weird. Oh, now it's good. Okay. Let's try this. Okay. So here we have George. He's helping maintain and manage this table. Okay. Okay, so George is manning the table. So I'm typing, and then but you guys have a massive lag. What is that? BNC. Huh. Anyway, so here we have some Sacramento items. These awesome keychains. Kind of hard to see. I'll hold it up in a second. So these really cool keychains that have, like that one's for Lemmings, $5 donation. Gods, all sorts of cool games. Oh, I got to get my new mouse pad. I don't know how many more of these we have left. So I'm buying the official AmiWest 2025 mouse pad. I got it.
You two can have one too.
Exactly. If you were here.
See what you're missing? Get here.
I'm sure I'll grab one of those. We have a raffle. Let me check the audio.
Did you say some books actually added to this?
Some books, yeah, we have the books now for the raffle. Okay, I'm moving on. Excuse me, George. So this is the Chris Brenner table. He's another member who passed a little while ago, unfortunately. Lots of games, lots of really interesting devices. There's a Wii U. There were a Commodore PET. I think Jerry Ellsworth picked up. Again, sad that the member left, but hopefully his items can go to places where his family will be happy with them. Happy that they're in good places. Over here we have the games competition. So let's get some games competition on. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to zoom in per se. Okay, watch out, Len. No, watch out. One second. Sorry, I interrupted you. Okay, so we have the light gun.
He really hates when Tim goes on a tangent about.
I can't.
That's not him. Tim wants to prove it. I know it's like, well, maybe we should bring this back around to the games. I love talking about it.
After you are into it because of
Light. And then we have the crazy trophy.
videos, they don't keep audio podcasts. They do a few videos every now and again.
Oh wow, that's way off.
You know, Cody's background. I know he's big. He knows how to do big stuff like this.
You have to click off screen to no, to reload, right? What's that about not being able to shoot, guys?
I don't even know what connection. A lot of my stuff. I'll give it a shot.
Oh, come on. I like the stuff in the front that prevents you from being able to shooting them. It's a nice touch.
Hard concept has got some legs. It's growing. Oh, you wait till you see some.
They do. I just kill them first. That's the trick. You kill them before they can kill you. Can I change the weapon? Damn it. My hand's getting tired.
I was thinking
I'm almost done. Oh wow, there's so many. Is there a bomb or grenade? What's the top score right now? Whoa! So hopefully that was all recorded and worked. So this is Josh. Thank you, Josh. Okay, so here's Doug's table. Here we have a bunch of Amigas being presented at the show. Beautiful systems. And then this is Doug from Tenmark. Say hi, Doug. And Eric from Pixel Guide In. Thank you, sir. Fortunately, my audio device is pointed at me, so I don't have to hear that. So we have a lot of cool things here. And then over here is Mr. Toast with Amiga 600 and Amiga 65. Working on a machine. Then on this side, we've got Michael Salcedo with Amiga 1 XE, Amiga 1 X5000. And then we've got Paul and LD and Jamie hanging out. Hello. Oh, forget whose table that is. And then I think Chris Collins brought a bunch of Atari stuff, counter-revolutionary. Then over here, we've got the Toga display by Duncan. So we've got a 4000. We've got a 128D Spectrum. And then I think TJ brought his Spectrum next. Show that off. And then we have some other systems here. You can see there's machines that are being opened up. Machines that are being opened up and worked on in real time. Here's Stefan and Chris. These are our next presenters. Here's the pizza you heard so much about. Oh, Dale's here. And Dale Luck's here. Hey, Dale. Smile, you're on the internet. And there's George. And the consummate Kenny, who is the backbone of the show. He makes the whole place run and work. And then we've got over here Alex Perez's table with the Zulu Scuzzy.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay. The connector's not seated 100%, so we want to be gentle, but otherwise this is working.
Test, test, test.
Can you hear?
I think it works.
Test, test. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Okay.
Okay. Okay, everyone. So we're getting ready to start our next session, and we've got a bunch more sessions after this, and then we're going to break at 5 o'clock for the banquet. So I'll run around and go grab a few more people in a minute. We've got Stefan and Chris, who built the re-4091 SCSI board. Freaking amazing. I'm sure it was very easy. It took you like a weekend. Knew everything ahead of time. All documented on the internet. So no, hard work, sweat, tears, and a lot of love and passion. What I'll do is I'll go to the board. You guys start talking. I'll make the levels. Just keep talking. I'll get the levels right. I'll make sure Robert's clean.
Sounds
and
good.
We'll go from there. Green lights on both?
Yep. All right. All right, folks. Hi, and welcome to our talk about our little update, the AmiWest update of the Amiga 4091, which is a SCSI controller that Chris and I have built together over the last year, and this is somewhat of an anniversary, actually. We had the idea, more or less, to build this project 1 year ago over there at one of the tables, and we talked each other into it. And 1 year later, we're here to present the update and how far we've gotten so far.
Thank you, thank you.
Right on. So, who are we, right? We're two former engineers by trade, basically, that met in Silicon Valley. And we, during a pandemic, and we started building hardware together. We met online and started talking in a funny coincidence, and we found out that we actually live 7 minutes apart from each other. So during the pandemic, we started dropping little hardware parts off at each other's house and saying, like, hey, do you still have that 7404? It's like, yeah, I have 3 left. I'll bring them over this afternoon. And so in my day job, I work for Google. I work on Chrome OS. I'm a BIOS guy. I work on Coreboot, open source firmware, and have done other projects, open source projects in my past. Like I worked a little bit on UAE, the Amiga emulator. I did stuff like OpenBIOS and a bunch of other things. And Chris.
So Stefan and I have similar backgrounds. We had never met each other before, what, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, something like that. It is green, however, maybe it's not loud enough. Can you hear me now? No worries. So we have similar backgrounds. We're both firmware developers, but we work for different companies at different points in time. So it was really a remarkable thing that we came together and found we had such similar interests as well. My background, I started with the Amiga back in 1988, and at the time I was going into college, and it was one of those purchases you do with all your summer money that you earned before you went off to school. The Amiga was a love of mine right from the start. I had previous Commodore experience with the 8-bit machines and such, and I really enjoyed those as well, but the Amiga hit a spot that the 8-bits did not for me. And one of the projects I did while I was in college, we had access to Sun workstations there. I wanted to be able to take data from those Sun drives and use it on my Amiga. Well, it had a different file system. The Unix file system was quite a bit different than the Amigas. So a buddy of mine and I, we decided to write a file system for the Amiga that could read and write Sun disks. And that was the first major project that I did that I released back in the early 90s. Not source code at that time, just binary only, because that was the way at that time. Back in 2016, someone convinced me to go ahead and release the source code to it. And I took one look at the source code that I wrote back in the early 90s and decided, wow, I've matured a lot since then. So it took me about 6 months to actually make it to where I could consider it presentable, and I fixed a number of bugs along the way in code that no one will ever use again, but at least it's out there and it's now fully open source. So along that path of releasing that code, I discovered there was a community of active people developing Amiga, and turns out I met Stefan through Paul Resnes. How do you say his name?
Resendez?
Resendez. And from there, we found all sorts of similar interests, and we were designing small boards individually ourselves that we both thought, oh, those are neat projects between us, and I think we just developed common interests from there. That's about all I'd like
Right
to
on.
say.
All right, I want to point out this presentation is running on an Amiga, so it takes about 3 seconds to switch the slides. But yay technology, this is awesome. So what are we doing here, right? We decided to build a brand new Zorro 3 controller. The fun thing to know about this controller is there were actually only 2 Zorro 3 controllers ever built, SCSI controllers ever built for the Amiga. One is the 4091, and the other one is the Fastlane Z3. The Fastlane Z3 is a completely closed design, and it's hard to reproduce. You can't get the chips, you can't get the logic that goes into it. It's very different with a 4091. So 4091, it's like a full-size card. It's a pretty big, large card. It does fast SCSI too, so 10 megabytes per second. It's designed for the Amiga 4000 specifically, and it's one of those projects that I heard Dave Haney say he built it so that they let him do the 4000. Because of that, it also needs the Buster 11 chip for DMA capabilities. It's based on the NCR 710 chip that's pretty common at the time, and supports both x86 and 68K architectures. And it does auto boot, which back in the day was the special thing. So, yeah, how did it start? Chris mentioned some of it. We met on Paul Resendez ACL's Discord. I learned soldering at the beginning of 2020. It was just a pandemic, and I was sitting in my garage, needed something to do. I was sick of software. It's like, hey, can I do something else that's not that? I had gotten an Amiga a little while before. I happened to get the 4091 on eBay, and a large part of the pandemic, the card was sitting actually in my mom's attic in Germany until I was able to finally go there and pick it up in August of 2021.
And that lines up pretty well with AmiWest last year. He had the card in hand. We were encouraged here to pursue the goal of reproducing it.
So that was our timeline. You'll see the timeline stops in April 2022. That's when we started our mass production of the board. So we did a lot of debugging along the way. Since April, we have done more debugging, and then we have done more debugging, and we fixed a number of amazing bugs. So one of those things was that we now do like several days of testing on each card to make sure that it is rock solid. I would go as far as saying that our cards are now more stable than the original, particularly also with some of the software work we've done.
I'd agree with that, and I'd also, I think some of you have heard the phrase before, the first 10% or the first 90% takes 10% of the time, the last 10% takes the 90% of the time, and we were in that phase for the last several months since April.
That's the stuff where you're falling off the cliff over here, yeah. Right, and so why are we doing this? It's like, heck, it's 2022, really a SCSI controller, like who uses SCSI anymore? Why is Zorro 3, right? So you guys all know this, like I don't have to explain this. Like, prices of Amigas have skyrocketed. It's crazy. I know, like one guy here, just this year bought one of these cards on eBay for like over $500. So you're like, hey, that's not what we think of like an accessible hobby anymore, right? Like it's getting pretty exclusive. And how do you solve this? We work on making the stuff available so that people can learn from it and enjoy it the way we think it should be done. And I want to point out, like, we were definitely inspired by folks like Paul Resendez and John Hertel, who have done the Amiga projects and rebuilt the Amiga 4000 and all the other Amigas. And of course, there was Dave Haney released the Dave Haney files. And so Dave Haney files actually include the logic source code to the logic that is included on the Amiga 4091. That was one of the key pieces that went into making this project possible. So thank you, Dave. And we wanted it to be accessible, right? But also compatible. Like, you can find any modern solution probably if you design anything from scratch. You can find something with a compact flash card or an SD card, and it will be easy and fast and cheap, but it's not the same feeling as what we had before. And there goes the slides.
Is it going to come back?
The screen saved us. All right.
Okay. It's not back here yet.
Right. And so I also think, like, open source, like, we want to make this stuff available, right? Because we spend our youth, like, playing with this stuff, growing up with this stuff, learning about technology. And I think that it is a good way of learning about technology. Nowadays, stuff has gotten so complicated that, like, you cannot easily get to the same level of depth that you could, like, 20, 30 years ago. And so this is like a great example of how you can learn about hardware and get your hands dirty, and it's a super fun project.
And just to add what Stefan mentioned earlier, you know, we both have a background in firmware. So coming into something that is different than our professional experience, that's new and interesting. That's something that's exciting to move into. I know of a lot of hardware people who also dabble in software and try to head in that direction as well, and that's a hobby thing for those hardware people. And so I really enjoy doing this as a hobby. I don't think I'd enjoy doing it professionally, though.
Yeah. That's a very good point. Yeah, we definitely talked each other into this project. And well, last but not least, I want to point out, like, this is our attempt of a little tribute to standing on the shoulders of giants, right? Like the amazing people that have built the Amiga. We have not invented this stuff, we have not built it, but we want to contribute our little part in making future generations, like, be able to learn from it. Ooh, there's a window. Badly formatted number. All right. So, thank you. Part of why this project was fun was we wanted to build something end-to-end, right? So we started out redrawing the schematics, we did the PCB layout, we went on, and once we had this giant PCB that was wobbling around in the Amiga 3000 and 4000, it's like, this thing is going to break if we don't mount it somehow, right? So we had help getting brackets made, actually, and once you have the brackets, now it starts looking like a product. So, heck, product needs boxes, manuals, disks, maybe needs new drivers, right? So we really try to, like, start with one thing and then go to see how far we can do everything that was involved, and also understand the whole process. So it started out, and I'm going to speed up a little bit now because we have a lot of slides and there's not a whole lot of time. We started taking a bunch of pics, chips on the first board that we had.
And I think so we knew what was connected to what on the board. Looking at those inside layers, we had an idea what connected to what on the inside, but we didn't know the path that it took. So this was not only confirmed
for us. Yeah, here's a large picture of the board. Once we were done, this is like a fun detail about the board is the active SCSI terminator is part of the design. And you see this as a cutout in the original board. And that's also what we did. We fabricated it like that, and then we dremeled out the little terminator and built it separately.
Now, in all the photos that we saw online of that SCSI terminator, they were never inside the board anymore because, of course, Commodore removed that before they shipped it. So we did a little bit of imagination on that, you know, how it was mounted to the board and such. And we took a look at the board that Stefan had, and we didn't have a terminator with that board, correct?
Yeah.
It didn't come with a terminator. But we had a pretty good idea where they attached the SCSI terminator in the center.
it's a good time to like say thank you to a number of people here, right? Because like while both of us spent a lot of time on this project, of course we didn't do this alone, right? So first out, Dave Haney did the original hardware design and opened the files that went into the logic of the board. Without that, this wouldn't have never happened. Simon Goss helped us with the metal brackets, and I had long evenings of discussions with him. He is over in the UK, and he tried to talk me out of that elegant double bend that the metal bracket has. That's a pain to do, and he did an extra shift to actually help us out and make those. Tim here, he is in Australia, and when we made the manual for this thing, I was looking for an original copy of the manual, and there was none to be found, right? So I wrote to everybody on AmiBay that had ever bought a card in the last 10 years. It's like, do you still have the manual? And if so, can you scan it for me? 3 months, nobody answered, right? And after 3 months, Tim came around and said, hey, are you still looking? And I know it's like a long time ago. And I was like, please send this to me. And so he did. Mike Batilana helped us out with the licenses for the ROM sticker, for the ROMs that we're shipping with OS. Now, we went a dual-sided strategy there. We also did rewrite the original driver as an open source driver, basically. And so you can choose, do you want the original driver or do you want the new one? The new one has a bunch of new features, but if you want to go original, now you can. Olaf Bartel and Tony Weiland, both while we were writing the drivers, and we started asking questions, stupid questions in the Amiga forums. They were like telling us, it's like, it sounds really interesting what you guys are doing. Like, if you want us to help, like, let's talk. And so we had a couple of good, lots of good information and a couple of very interesting anecdotes from both of them. That was really helpful to actually get this done.
Agree. Correct.
Yeah. All right.
You covered the first part.
Yeah. So the brackets, we got the PCB done. Then the PCB was not very stable in the machine. We tried to figure out what's going on. This was our first approach. Say, hey, let's 3D print it. Done, right? But it's not very stable, and it doesn't hold very well. It's also a non-standard part. And so Simon, as I mentioned, he's excellent in metalwork, so he did this laser cutting for us and the bends. And so he sent us a whole box full of these.
And you know, these brackets came back looking just beautiful from him. Along the way, while we were still discussing with him the possibility of building brackets, I also took a crack at building a bracket, and as you can see, the bend is not so great. Bending metal is actually hard. Bending metal and making it look good is hard. You know, just bending metal is easy. Bending it and making it look good is hard. So we decided not to go that route. Simon was a much better person for handling the metal parts. But when we received them, it's cut metal, and it's been bent. But it's not metal that won't rust. It needs some protection. It needs some isolation from the board. The original 4091 and the 2091 as well have a layer of clear vinyl between the metal of the bracket and the board. And so we decided to go ahead and do the same thing as what Commodore had done, but we took it one step further. So we applied clear vinyl on one side of the board, and all the rest of the metal we coated with a clear, it's like a polyurethane seal. So they're protected against rust, fingerprints, that sort of thing. So what you see here are actually the boards laying out on a bench after being sprayed.
All right. So a little further on this, and I'm going to speed up some more because we're running out of time here. The artwork, we had never seen the box other than some pictures online, and so we knew how big the board was, but we didn't know how big the box was, so we did some math here and extrapolated. This was the manual as we hadn't known it before. So we redid the manual based on some old artwork that we had and the scans. Original manual was in 3 languages. We cut 2 of them out just to make it easier and more better to handle and cheaper. Okay. Of course you need a box, right? So we did the box. There's a pretty big a pretty big bunch of cardboard that was sent to me after we got it printed. And so we started folding them together. There you see like my office room with all of the boxes. But then within the box there should be some foam. So I got some foam. This is actually pretty fun. I got it on AliExpress, and you have to dump it into the shower and spray it because it's very compressed in the beginning, right? You make it wet and it starts growing, and then you have to hang it up and dry it, and then you cut it, and then you have to get the cat back out of it again because the cat loves it, and then clean it of the cat hair. So getting ready for the bring out, we got the boards, and they look pretty awesome here. We assembled it. First one took about a day for me to assemble. And then Chris and I were sitting together and we turned it on in the evening and it showed up in the boot menu. And it's like, amazing, we got it done, right?
We're going home.
Let's stop here. He came over.
QSD on the other side, that side will stick down, and when actually the pins don't. Sometimes you end up with just one pin because it got bent before it went on.
We want to open source the schematics and the Gerber files. Oh yeah.
solidly atop the shoulders of that work and could not exist in any recognizable form without that effort. So I want to recognize Michael because it's a selfless thing to do to write open source code, especially when you have to debug it slowly over a decade. One of the fun things about SCSI is there are so many different interpretations of the specification. So it evolved over a very long period of time, a couple of decades really, and became something that, at a certain point in time you could find in everything from computers to music samples. You're fine puttering around with it. You might enjoy going through a pile of old hard drives. I've certainly done that myself plenty of times, but it's not necessarily the most constructive way to spend your time. So fast forward to a point in time where microcontrollers got inexpensive enough and fast enough that you could implement what looked like a SCSI hard drive in a chip that cost $10 or less. At the time in the beginning, it was about $10. That original implementation was the SCSI SD-V5. This is an evolved version of it. And this is based on a chip manufactured by Cypress Semiconductor. In a lot of classic Macintosh machines that Apple sold, the hard drives that they bundled with those machines that were 40 and 80 megabytes in size couldn't even deliver a megabyte a second. They were like 700, 500K per second, relatively slow by modern standards. But it was good enough back then. So speed is relative. That's, I think, one thing a lot of people don't necessarily recognize is it fast? Well, is it fast relative to what? With solid state storage, you have basically no seek time, no access time. And with rotational hard drives, that's highly variable depending on where it is on the disk that you're fetching data from, and all sorts of other factors that we won't bother to get into. The wife acceptance factor is also high. Plenty of failing and failed hard drives that emit extremely painful noises when they start to die. Often they won't spin up at all, but sometimes they do something in between where they'll spin up halfway, spin down, spin up, spin down, and if your wife is anywhere near, if your spouse is anywhere near, or partner anywhere near it, they might shut you down pretty quickly. I've certainly had that happen to me. So in closing, if you have any type of old computer that has a SCSI storage interface on it, and you have a failed hard drive, it behooves you to look at the options that are out there that are solid state and are easy replacements, because you can certainly buy a secondhand hard drive for less than the cost of a SCSI SD or a Zulu SCSI. But if it dies on you, the second thing you'd have to buy to replace it, you're at parity with the cost, if not less. So the total cost of ownership, if you will, of a modern SCSI emulator ends up being less. It makes it really easy to use very large SD cards. This will work with 200 gigabyte SD cards. There's no real limit on the upper size of capacity. It boils down to what the operating systems are capable of supporting, and that goes back to the presentation that was just being given about some of the limitations, with Commodore's SCSI controllers, where in an era where 4 gigabytes was a lot of storage. But yeah, I hope to be producing these for the foreseeable future. As long as we can buy the parts, we're going to make them. I think that for a lot of people, SCSI sounds like made to be out of kind of voodoo magic that it isn't, and it can certainly be difficult to wrap your head around if it's a new technology to you. But for most people who have had at least a little bit of experience with it, if you start to do anything with SCSI, you recognize pretty quickly that some of the old memories will come back to you, and that this is a much easier way to go about using storage. One other thing I forgot to mention is these devices can emulate all 7 SCSI devices on one piece of hardware. So you can pretend you have 7 different hard drives, or 6 hard drives and a CD-ROM drive, or 7 different CD-ROM drives. How you choose to expose that is entirely up to you, and it's fairly easy to configure based on file names. So a huge amount of flexibility that you get out of a removable device. These also support hot swap. So if you're not booting from it, you can actually stop the timer here. If you're not booting from it and your operating system supports it, you can unmount the file system, pull the card while it's hot. That's an absolutely supported thing to do. Shuffle some, sneaker net some files off and put the card back in and read off whatever you put on the card. So there's a lot of flexibility there. There are a lot of solutions out there that cover the price spectrum in terms of storage emulation. There are lots of older solutions out there that have become unavailable over the last few years because they're based on designs for hardware that you can't get anymore. And when we design our boards, we make sure that we can continue to manufacture them with parts that are currently available new. That's really important to us because, SCSI SDV5 is based on a chip that is 10 years old. That chip is now kind of hard to get, impossible to get, but I hope this one lasts another 10. And it'll really enable your computer or, telephone switch to continue to function to the second decade and maybe the third of the 21st century. So thank you for your time.
Everyone, we've got George. I can't even say it. How do you say it? Sakianos?
Yes, that's right.
Sakianos from Ireland. You can tell by his accent, he's from Ireland. He's going to be talking about a new initiative that was born out of amounts of frustration, I believe, to get a modern WebKit compile, updated WebKit compile on AmigaOS 4. I think it's a couple of maybe 2 months old at this point, if that.
Months.
Weeks. So it's a brand new thing.
Yeah.
And hopefully his laptop. Okay, we have a laptop. And you have your monitor there as well. Okay. So kick it, George. Oh, press the button on your microphone.
Yeah, perfect. Hello, everyone. I'm George. I would like to discuss with you about the WebKit-based browser for AmigaOS 4 initiative, because it's something new and we just started on that. A few words about me. I'm a software engineer. Is that visible over there? Yeah, I hope so. I'm a software engineer. For a long time now, I'm a beta tester for AmigaOS 4 and the hardware from Ion, Amiga X1000, X5000, and of course the A1222. I'm developing a few of my own applications. I'm porting applications, and lately Hyperion released the work that I did behind the SDK for AmigaOS 4, with a lot of changes in there. But today we are going to talk about what is the WebKit, why we need it, why we choose WebKit and not something else for what we want to achieve, what is the initiative, the team, and some challenges that we are going to face in the future, the achievements that we have so far, and the future plans. So, what is the WebKit? The WebKit is an engine that you are using in any application to render a website or the JavaScript, to run the JavaScript for your computer. It is the core engine of any browser. And this is needed for you to communicate with the world. The user, when he clicks a link in a website, that link, that event goes to that engine. Okay, there are different engines out there. The engine that, the Gecko, that is the engine that Firefox is using. The engine that Chrome is using, which started as a fork of the WebKit. And the WebKit that is right now used by Safari and a lot of other browsers in the Linux world. And why WebKit? Actually, what I want to do is to use as much as possible the AmigaOS system and my Amiga 1 machines. And for example, this presentation was created on one of them, and it's running on Hollywood, right? No matter the laptop that I have here. So the WebKit is one of the solutions that we currently have, and I will tell you why we choose that. There is, of course, Firefox and Timberwolf, the old browser that was ported by the Friedens brothers, but this is quite old right now. Their work is not quite updated. It is obsolete. And to be honest with you, I tried to compile it. I succeeded to compile it, but it fails. It doesn't work quite well. So Firefox is not an option. There is Pale Moon, a fork from Firefox that keeps the same UI like the old versions of Firefox, but they dropped the PowerPC support from that something like 3 or 5 years ago. And also there is the Arctic Fox. You might heard about that because recently it was compiled for the Linux for PowerPC. And this is something that we might want to consider for the future, but for me it doesn't make it as a viable solution for us. The Chrome engine doesn't support 32-bit systems. It doesn't have support for PowerPC systems, so it's not actually something we could use.
Are you in like the editor for this? Is it like PowerPoint or something, or is it PDF?
Sorry?
What software is that?
Hollywood.
What's that?
Hollywood.
Can you change it to black text?
No.
Okay, because we can't read it at all.
At all?
We cannot read it from out here at all.
Yeah. No. Unfortunately, I can't change it. Anyway, either way, I'm going to tell you about everything. Let me keep that as a reference for me. Ah, okay. Let me. Oh, that looks nice. Is it much better? Perfect. Thanks. Thank you for that. Okay. Is it better? Yeah. Great. So, there are some browsers out there that use their custom engines, right? But they need to continue maintain, and that's difficult for a browser to keep up. So we choose not to go that way. And we choose finally the WebKit because there is a starting point for us, and that's the Wayfarer browser that is running on MorphOS for the last couple of years. So it is a good thing to start with. So, okay, this screenshot is not quite visible right now, but how the initiative started. That screenshot starts from, it is from Amigans.net forum, and this is from a question Hans de Ruyter did 2 years ago. Anyone tried compiling the latest WebKit? If so, how far did you go? So that's one of the questions that our initiative tries to answer. even if we don't succeed to have a WebKit compiled and ready to use, we want to say why and document everything and give it to the people in our community. So our goals is, of course, to port the WebKit to AmigaOS 4, create a common development environment for everyone that will be able to use on any operating system. For that, right now, we choose the Docker infrastructure to create that environment, and gives anyone the opportunity that if you want to go and experiment or try to fix something, you have at least the environment to base on. Document everything online. We started with the project on GitHub, and we use the wiki section of our repository, and we started already to document everything there. Make our tools better. If there is a need that we need to update the C library, or there is a need to update the GCC compiler if there is a problem, and that is a barrier for us to have the WebKit, we are going to fix it as much as we could, as much as we can. And if we don't, if we are not able to do it, we are going to push the guys that need to fix it. Keep everything open source, of course, and work as a team for with modern tools. The team, right now, we are 4 people. A small team, but quite flexible. You see the people from our team right now is Ryan Dixon, Paul Koster, Andreas Palmate, and myself. But we also have the, I talked with Hans de Rutter and Jacek Picek to support us or guide us in things that we need to address. And both of them agreed to give us as much support as possible when we will need it. And of course, anyone who would like to help, please, this is my email. You can contact me at any time, and we can discuss how we can work together. The challenges. I have never been before working on any browser. Okay, so I don't have that experience, and the team doesn't have the experience. So one of the challenges is to learn as much as possible about this kind of thing and catch up with what is needed. Create the first working prototype, if possible, by the end of the year. Sooner, we will see. Which, for us, is can we have a simple window with no buttons, with nothing, and display one hard-coded website? That will be perfect. The performance. That is a challenge, because we have PowerPC, we have single core right now. Let's see when we are going to get multi-core support. And the performance is going to be hit. Some people are talking about that our kernel needs TLS support. This is thread storage, thread local storage on the kernel. And this is something that they say we are missing. But this is something that will hit the performance. If we have something that is working and it is done slow, we are going to talk with the kernel guys, and we are going to try to fix it with them. Make it work within different applications. Let's say that someone needs to create an email client that we all need, right? And you want to have the side of the rendering of a HTML file. This is going to be able to be integrated. Our plan is to create the WebKit as a library that will be able to be used on any application that wants to have that features. And also, use features like extended memory, multiple cores, and hardware acceleration, especially for machines that have Radeon graphics cards. If possible, we are going to experiment with that. And that's one place that we have a lot of good developers, like Hans de Root and Daniel Musener, who are experts on this stuff. and having multimedia working well. Because if we release something, the first thing that people are going to ask, is it working with YouTube? Can I see my videos, and can I see 720p or 1080p working fine? Yeah, that is going to be a tough thing, and a lot more. Achievements. As I said, we started back in 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, but we already achieved some things. Here you can see a screenshot of the, for the GCC, the Add Tools repository that there is on GitHub. And there was a bug for 2 years. Ryan worked quite hard on that, and we managed to fix it. And we already had a pull request for that, and it is already merged. For GCC 11, it is fixed. It remains only to apply that for other versions, but it is already there. We already created the Docker-based development environment. The idea behind that, and it is crucial because we want to have an automated way to build newer versions of WebKit, and a cross-compiler based on Docker can be used in pipelines on GitHub or wherever we want. And let's say that you go and do some changes, commit all these changes, and that is going to start automatically building the new version. And somewhere we might have nightly builds for anyone to use. We are using the latest CLib2. This is something that is open source, and people are working on that, especially Andrea Palmate, it is his creation right now. And we already using that. And the latest SDK 54.16 that was released a couple of weeks ago. And also we are using native, one of the first things that you have to do before you start working on the port of the WebKit is to actually learn how to compile it on x86. We did that, and it is working fine. So what are our next future plans? We need to finalize some tests on that build for x86. That gives you it makes you more confident that the setup you have is working fine. So you are good to go with the port. Port necessary libraries. There are a lot of libraries that WebKit is using for JPEG support, for encodings, for different stuff, that we need to port them, at least the latest versions, if possible. We will start then to do actual porting on the WebKit, which is the web core and the JavaScript core. Those are the two biggest parts of the WebKit that we need to address. And along the way, we need to update the new CLib if needed in any place. Up the pipeline, which is the automated way to integrate changes and make new builds, and also create a basic web view, that window that I said earlier, the simplest version of a browser using that WebKit. Also, we are going to cooperate with XXG for the TLS problem that we need to be implemented in the kernel. I already had a discussion with Steve Solly, who is here today, and he's enthusiastic about that, so we are going to work with them. And then, if we have the WebKit already done, the thing is we need a browser, right? The browser is the rest of the things of the program. The buttons at the top, the URL string bar, the bookmarks, and all this stuff. Our team, I don't know yet if we are going to go to create that, or other teams are going to come over and say, okay, give us the library of the WebKit, and we are going to create the browser. Or we are going to use the Odyssey browser and that part of the code, or even maybe we can cooperate with the Aros team and release an Aros 3, which is going to use the WebKit. that might be possible. We don't know about that. So we need, in the future, to form a team about the browser and only the browser. Find the browser name and the logos, create a blog site for communication, the progress. This is something that we are discussing even from now. We need and we want to have a vice versa communication with all the community and what are our plans, what we are going to do, what we succeeded, and all this stuff. And of course, document everything in the project wiki page. That's pretty much the initiative. That's pretty much what we have right now. This is the first URL is the project as analyzed and what we are working currently on GitHub. There are tasks and things that people are working on. The second URL is also the GitHub fork that we are using. And some contacts for me if you want to contact me at any time and discuss about anything. I would like to thank you all for here. And if you have any question, I would be happy to answer. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, it's 4:51. We have about 10 minutes, and then we are going to forcefully remove people from the show floor and items and equipment. There'll be a large pile of machines in the parking. Just take what you want. Kidding. We will transform this space into our banquet facility. The doors. We're going to open the doors to the banquet at, I think, 6:45 or whatever it says online. Yeah. So thanks, guys. That's the end of the seminars. Thank you, George, for wrapping us up. Go mingle, and we'll ring the bell. Okay, everyone. I'm going to be shutting down the stream soon. Really, I can't express how frustrated I am that we had so many internet issues today with the stream, with RJ's presentation and others. I mean, it's unbelievable that we went through that much trouble. We started on a particular port at the hotel that we worked out yesterday. They disabled the port. We switched to a T-Mobile industrial base station, which was fantastic, worked great until you saw it didn't, just stopped randomly. No one touched it, no one moved any wires, it just stopped. Then we went to a phone. We tried a phone, can't get enough any signal in here, that didn't work for anything. And then we finally went back to like the regular hotel wireless, which we had used Thursday and Friday and had encountered a whole bunch of problems. And yeah, now that's been totally stable and working with no issues for the last 45 minutes. No idea why it chose to work now and didn't work on Thursday and Friday. So, you know, what are you going to do? We tried. So really apologize for that. Hopefully tomorrow we have the same luck with this connection. I don't know if we will. You know, we will see. I want to thank again
our sponsors. See if I can put myself in the frame here. We got Aeon. We got Frank at Retro Rewind. We've got the Sacramento Club. And then we've got Rabbit Hole from Rabbit Hole Computing from Alex. And then we've got Calanto, Amiga Forever. And then we've got Retro Passion out there too. And then we've got the Amiga Store and Amiga64.com. We have PageStream. And then we have Alenia. And then we have Amiga Future. So if you're here, you can buy your raffle tickets, win items from those various sponsors. Without them, the show does not happen. If you need to find them online, just Google the name. I'm sure they're going to pop up. Great presentations today. We had Trevor and Matthew opening us up. They talked about Nova Bridge, which I'm excited about. I'm a beta tester. I'm going to turn off our sponsors. Bye, guys. Beta tester of that technology. It's absolutely amazing. If you have an OS4 machine and you have an HD or RX card and you want to have the best possible experience, and more importantly, you want to support the development so we get future tools and technology, 100% get a copy of Nova Bridge. I'm going to buy a copy just to support the crew, and especially Hans de Ruyter is the main developer of that. It allows you to play games like Warp 2093 or 2091. I remember seeing Hans run that in a demo like 9 months ago or a year ago, and I'm like, wait a minute, how the hell did he do that? Because I never got that game working. So you get this massive amount of compatibility. You can download old software on OS4 Depot, and it just runs, and it works. And a lot of times it works really well. Very transparent usage, excellent software. And then we had Steve talk about the Exec SG developments and some of the challenges they've had with the debugger, which cost us a big chunk of time, which is really upsetting. But they're making progress there. Then we had RJ. Fantastic session with RJ. Again, apologies for the big drop in the middle. That's when our problems really started. RJ was fantastic. We have a full video of that. Robert Bernardo has it. He'll get it uploaded in a couple days here. And then after Robert, I did a quick show floor tour. Forgive me, it's getting later in the day. And then we had Stefan come in and talk about his 4091 product with Chris. Amazing. It just, you got to see what he's done. The energy level, the ability to interrupt the boot, manipulate the card, resume boot. Super, super great. Very compatible. And then obviously Alex talking about his SCSI to SDs. If you have a SCSI to SD board, I highly recommend thinking about the Zulu SCSI. The manageability is a lot nicer with the file-based format. Performance is a little slower in some cases, but I imagine it's going to get better in the future. But it's a fantastic product. I've been using one for months. Really enjoy the ability to pop out the card, copy over a file, drop it back in, boot the machine. Life gets great. You can even take that file on the SD card, mount it in UAE, manipulate the file, unmount it, and then plug it in your Amiga directly, and off you go. Really hard to do with SCSI to SD. Really easy to do with Zulu SCSI. And then we had George talking about his WebKit project. Again, fantastic work. And hopefully they can make some good progress and uncover the issues that need to be addressed and just push the ball forward. Push the bowling ball forward. Maybe that should be the theme for the show. We didn't come up with a theme. Maybe that's what it'll be. A shout out to Brian Deneen, who really wished he could be here. You know, we mentioned he's not feeling well, so he's not going to be at the show, which is really sad. It's hard to know how many people. We often get asked how many folks were at the show this year. For Saturday, people are moving in and out. We have a different show layout, so you can't really see everyone at once. But I suspect we've had about 80 people through here, in and out throughout the day. Maybe that's high. Maybe I'm too much of an optimist, but I think it's a good number. Dale Lux showed up. We have RJ here. Tim Jennison is here. Jerry Ellsworth is here. Bill Padagoulias of Discrete FX is here. It's just heartening to see that we're still going. We're still cranking. And it's fantastic. In a few minutes, I'm going to kill the stream. Tonight, we are going to have the banquet. The banquet's going to start at 6:45. We will be streaming, hopefully, God willing, the stupid internet works. the first maybe 45 minutes, that's going to be the Sacramento awards presentation. So we have a bunch of awards to do. We'll have some remarks for some of the members who've passed away as part of that as well. And then when it comes time for Tim Jennison, he has asked that we not stream the event. He will be recording it. His plans for the recording, I do not know. There will be a video record. I don't know what it's going to happen with that. Hopefully he'll make it available at some point. But we will be terminating the stream when Tim speaks. And then we'll pick things up tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. again. We've got a jam-packed schedule. A lot of those speakers are actually going to be remote. So we're using the Jitsi system and doing that. Hopefully the audio problems will be okay. So that's in store for tomorrow. So I am going to sign off. It's 5:01. This is AmiWest 2022, the 25th anniversary edition. The energy level is exciting on the show. The number of folks here is doing fantastic for AmiWest. And I really want to thank the 20 people that are watching me talk right now. Really appreciate you guys sticking in there. I know it's been really difficult. It's really frustrating when the internet drops. It frustrates me because I know you guys are there, guys and gals at home, saying, what's going on? I want to see. And then you get the spinny thing, and it's just horrifying. We've done so much work to try to solve it. I'll put more energy into internet next year. The audio, I think, has been fantastic. I think our video work has been pretty solid. A lot of additional challenges because we've had other flyers to put out and haven't been able to focus on getting to all the questions that have come through YouTube. Doug from Tenmark was helping us out there. But anyway, I could go on for a long time. I'm done. I'm going to shut this sucker down. Thank you so much. We'll see you in about an hour and 45.